楽園での生活が楽しみではありませんか？
Clue funding is here V6R6 clue when?
Hello, hello. How's everyone doing today? Oh, wait, I forgot to change the... Hold on. There. That should fix it. There we go. How's everyone doing today? How's it going, Dylan? How's it going, Yami? You know, you can always take, like, extra time or alone on a kidney. For your cool client and everything.
Limonade.
How's it going, Noir? Hey, AJ. How's it going? How's it going, dude? Also, hi, Blasian. Hi, Piker, and hi, Sir. Thanks again for the resub. Really appreciated. 15 months already. Jesus Christ. Can you guys believe that it's been like 1 year and 1 semester since I became affiliate on Twitch? Like, holy shit. That is crazy, isn't it? Yo, how's it going, Zuzu? Also, hey, Zephyr. Isn't it crazy to think about that? When we getting V6 clue support? Man. Like, I can't V6 clue. Ain't happening. 15 months do go by really quick. Dude, I cannot believe it. I started freaking content creation like close to 2 years ago now with Nikke. Initially on YouTube, then I started streaming like a few months later on Twitch, which is crazy to think about. Like, man, it goes by way too quickly. 15 months or subbing for a golf, all gone. It's been almost 2 years. Can you guys believe that? I would have never thought I would be streaming for like 2 years. And today's gonna be a bit of a slow day. Gonna be doing some girls frontline later as well. Happy pre-anniversary in that case. Oh, my content creation anniversary lines up with the Nikke half anniversary. So you'll know exactly when it is. It actually lines up almost perfectly with the Nikke half anniversary. And when your answers are off topic, the questions are even more stupid. Oh, are you guys talking about the survey? I haven't done the survey yet. Now that I think about it. Shall we do the survey together, chat?
Oh.
Let's see. I wonder if you guys can see the survey even. Yeah, you guys can't see the survey. How would I even put it on the stream? Let's just do the survey real quick. Where am I from? Europe. Let's go. How do you feel with your overall experience with Nikke? Neutral, dissatisfied, or extremely dissatisfied? Yeah, how's it going, Yellens? Check DM, survey TLDR. I mean, the overall experience with Nikke, I'm still satisfied. Otherwise, I would have already quit. I am not super satisfied with, like, mana personally. The duo maids I'm a little bit neutral. I like their designs, but the kits let a lot to be lacking. Like, everything is like, I don't know. I'm a bit neutral to that. I'll just put neutral on the maids. The problem with the maids and everything else is like not enough resources. Not enough resources, you apes. There we go. We're gonna just put that for both of them. Not enough skill resources, you apes. Surely they'll understand, right? Press home for survey. Yeah, you can see it. The satisfaction keeps getting lower every survey in my case. Yeah, same here. It's like, I like the game, the story is good and everything, but it just keeps getting more and more annoying when it comes to resource management and skill books. They're releasing more and more Nikkes that have better kits where everything is somewhat useful, but they haven't compensated the resources. So it's like, man, like the event of Wisdom Spring, I'm extremely satisfied. It had a lot of story. Why do I have? What is your overall rating of the event Wisdom Spring? How would you how satisfied are you with the event Excuse me? Hold on. What is your overall rating of Wisdom Spring? How satisfied are you with the event Wisdom Spring? Isn't that the same question? Isn't that like the exact same question asked twice? Copy pasting gone wrong. Like, it's not like exactly copy pasting. So maybe you guys could help me with this one. One question is, what is your overall rating of the event Wisdom Spring? And then how satisfied are you with the event Wisdom Spring? This feels like the same exact fucking question, just asked in two different ways. Like, what? I'll just put satisfied on both, fuck it. What is your rating of the event Romantic Valentine? Yeah, that was fine. It was fine. How am I satisfied with the costumes? They're on useless Nikke, so I'm just gonna put dissatisfied. Should we put not sexy enough in the why? Are they dissatisfactory? I'll just put character is useless. I'll just put the character is useless on both. In other, please specify. You guys know what I mean, right? It's like, yes, the character is useless. Like, honestly, like, let's keep it a buck here, right? It's like, why would you, like, they're amazing design characters and everything, but the character is so bloody useless. You're just buying a skin to have a decoration somewhere that you're gonna forget it even exists in a few modes. Extremely dissatisfied with Union Raid. That is, it's time. Why is it only one choice though? Oh, there's a multiple afterwards. Okay. So I'm just gonna say it's time consuming and I hope it gets improved. What part of Union Raid hard mode do you find more tiresome? I have to wait until the challenge boss I want to defeat. That's one. I have to adjust the timing of my last strike to replenish my attempts. That's fine. That's just whatever it is. I have to play repeatedly for a satisfactory result because the boss HP is too high. I mean, that's just part of the course. I'm just gonna put 2D and 2 time consuming on other. Because honestly, it's like, you know, not enough physics, dude. Did I Google Translate the whole survey instead of writing one in English? It does feel like it sometimes. You know what I mean? Question 16, Constantine answer. I'm happy with the current format. I hate that we're losing to Nightmare. Oh my god. How am I satisfied with the character's favorite items? So Helm Anti-Compass is good. Drake Compass, Drain figurine is really good. Miranda Sheet of Paper is really good. Milk just feels like an insult. Completely dissatisfied with the skill mechanics provided by the item, of course. You're at Omni Discord now, you can literally see me shitting on him up and down the fucking beltway. Yeah, I've seen it happen a lot. Yeah, how's it going, Gal? Blue Archive song unsub? Really? Who needs maid when you have Shower Helm? Exactly, like the Shower Helm is also like so good. How satisfied about the Infinite Simulation Room? Extremely dissatisfied. It's fucking disgusting. The rewards are not good enough, first and foremost. It doesn't give a sense of achievement. It's a poorly balanced mess. I'm gonna put on other as well. It's a poorly balanced, boring mess. Because honestly, like, you guys know you'll know my thoughts on Overclock and how stupid the design is. Which of the following Nikke cards have you encountered? The hell is that? I've encountered the trading card game, I guess. And I've encountered playing cards, but they're Nikke ones. Have you ever played any card games? Yeah. I like Nikke-related merchandise, that's fine. I like card type and collectible type merchandise. I enjoy collecting not just Nikke cards, but all types of playing cards, that's fine. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's for... They're trying to get to see if people are enjoying buying those cards, huh? What up, Zephyr? Quite a while ago, actually. Yo, how's it going, Pepperoni? What AI has always been a good woman? You play Blue Archive as well, Gail. Oh, yeah, that's true. Devs hate milk as much as they hate coding. Dude, tell me about it. Like, their coding is a mess. Their game balancing, especially for game modes like freaking Overclock, is a mess. Like, it's just select my age. That is a secret. Select your gender. I prefer not to say. What genre of games have you played in the last few months? They keep asking this every time. It's like, okay, cool. I mean, I play almost everything that is on the list, but let's just keep it simple. Yeah, only 3 options anyways. Which games have you played recently? Apex Legends, I have played recently. Grand Blue Fantasy, I've played recently, to much of my sanity's dismay. Genshin Impact, Zenless Zone Zero, Fate Grand Order, Blue Archive, Honkai Star Rail, Epic 7, Tower of Fantasy, Azure Lane, Rainbow Six Siege, Dave the Diver, Girls Frontline, Girls Frontline 2 Exilium, Arc Knights, Wuthering Waves. Which chapter am I on? What is your main motivation to keep increasing your combat's power? Progressing campaign, I guess, is one of them. I mean, like, combat power is useless on most of the ranked stuff outside of, like, Union Raid, but I don't need that for that. Union Raid and Solo Raid, I guess. I also like developing my favorite Nikkes. I just started. Wait, which of the following describes your activity? I just started playing this week. That would be the most troll of answers. Scratch Arknights. You haven't played Arknights? I literally played it not that long ago. Fuck. Do I really need to make like an announcement about that? Dinner lurk. Thanks a lot for the lurk. Appreciate it. I'm a veteran, and I played often. I played more than three. It's really funny that in the survey they don't put a I play every day option, considering how the entire game is designed. The entire game is designed around you playing every day. Which is weird because the survey just assumes that you play like 3 times a week or something. At most. Besides the official channel, which do you get info from? I mean, YouTube videos. I get info myself. Live streaming, I mean, you guys get info from me. I get info from myself. Where do you see... What content categories would you like to see join the official accounts? Animation, videos, illustration, wallpapers, ASMR, music, content related to characters. I mean, that's fine. How satisfied are you with the New Year Lucky Roulette special event? What was the New Year Lucky Roulette event? I'll put neutral preemptively because it was so forgettable I don't even remember what it was. Like, it was pretty forgettable. Also, what music is that? The hell? Oh, it's the... Okay, yeah, we're just gonna skip that one. I just realized what it was. People that clicked ASMR clowns. I mean, I guess I'm satisfied if it was like the free gem event, I guess. How satisfied are you with my best Nikke moments 2024 on the official account? I have no idea what it even was. I actually do not remember. New Year's Fortune Draw event on the official account. I'll just put neutral because I don't even remember what it is. Like, that's the thing, is a lot of these events are just completely forgettable. Mysterious gift from a Nikke. How satisfied am I with my mods? They're pretty forgettable as well. So that's kind of a problem. How satisfied are you with Nikke's chocolates and machine events on the that was fine. 6 out of 10 freaking Dylan just being thing. Then there was the void in which you linger, killing your booger finger. Have you ever purchased Nikke related merchandise? Yes. I have purchased standees. I guess it counts as figurines, I guess. I would buy plushies if I had access to that. What kind of Nikke related merch would you consider purchasing? I mean, figurines, small merch, plushies. Probably apparel as well, actually. If Nikke launches an official game community in the future, will you willing to join? I'm kind of neutral on that, and I know exactly what they're referring to. It's really funny that the survey about this comes now when they already announced that it's coming out. Manage my game progress, I guess. It's really funny that they're surveying on... Okay, so... Pro tip to anyone that ever will work in a company. If you're doing marketing surveys for a product or something you're going to launch, make the survey before you start developing the fucking product and make sure that you get the info from your survey and your marketing before you actually start developing so that you know a direction and so that when you launch it, the product matches the demand. Because right now what they're doing is they're doing a survey about the Nikke community app that is basically a copy to HoYoLab that has been in the work for months. And this is the first time in my memory, at least, that I've seen a survey talking about that in the first place. In what universe does that make any fucking sense? Like, yes, let's do a survey to see if people are interested in something that we're already launching. Like, excuse me, but what? Like, why? Like, that makes no sense. Fucking end me. Like, what the fuck is that? I mean, like, it makes no sense. Why? What level of competence is that? How long do you think it's gonna take me to get to level 300 if you're 130 in your new account? Probably a few months. It's like what? It's 176 levels. It's probably 3-4 months of progress, maybe. I'm not too sure how it looks like these days. But it is faster to level recently, so there's that too. Because you can progress story further than you used to be able to. I mean, I guess that's about it. If you were to describe in 1-2 keywords the story of Nikke, what would it be? Could be better. There we go. That's my answer. Also, how's it going, Mr. Kingdom Hearts? Okay, this survey is embarrassing. This survey is actually embarrassing. Oh yeah, also, what Yemi sent me, like, okay. The survey is really embarrassing in multiple ways. If you're doing a survey, get it revised 10 minutes before submitting it. Yeah, like, exactly. And this is one of the things that are also embarrassing in terms of survey. So Yami clicked, have you ever played any card games? He says no. The multiple choice still pops up. The guy doesn't interact with card games. Why are you asking what motivates him to interact with card games? Like, this is, like, the survey is fucking embarrassing. That is actually embarrassing. Holy shit. Like, what? I know that a lot of these things are not handled very well professionally, but this is actually embarrassing. Like, it's actually embarrassing. Doing good, got lucky with the new units, managed to get both in under 80 rolls. That's really lucky. I'm happy for you on that. Because some people got really unlucky with the duo maids. Thanks, since it's a gacha game, they know they're gonna do high enough numbers for the launch anyways, then they want to know if they can do better, but they don't know their limits as compared to their expectations. It's not so much about that I'm kind of annoyed. What I'm annoyed is just the overall... There's like multiple things when it comes to how embarrassing it is, how they manage their game. This is one of the things that I mentioned, is they're launching a HoYoLab clone of an app, which is fine. That is a good thing. I'm not complaining about specifically. What is really embarrassing about the survey is that they're surveying about that when it's about to launch already. Marketing for new products, like market research and interest and what functions to add and to put, etc., are things that you do before you start developing the product. Like, that is market research 101. You do market research for your product. You look at what the consumer would like to have like a ballpark of things that you want to add to your app. You develop them and then you deliver the product. It's not like I create an app, I'm about to launch it, and now I'm going to survey them about what they want and what their needs are. Because what the fuck are you gonna do about the app if you learn that, you know, you're about to launch it and your market research shows you, because you did it after you're already about to launch the product, tells you that the exact opposite of what you've been developing for God knows how many months now. Like, it's... I don't know if it makes sense what I'm saying, right? It's like... These type of surveys are marketing research tools for the direction of the game, to see what people want and to know, you know, a lot of things. The game has already been launched, so they can gauge the stuff for a lot of variety of things. But when it comes to the questions about the app, this is the first time I see those questions. And the app is about to be launched. which is embarrassing. There's a lot of little details in the survey that are very unprofessional and also quite embarrassing. Like, okay, you select an option where you say you're not interested in the product, and that triggers a question that asks you the reasons why you're interested in the product. It's like, excuse me, but I just said I'm not interested. Like, why am I getting this question again? You know? You're playing the game, but clicks that option, survey crashes. No, it would be funny if there was an option that said you have never played Nikke before. That would be funny. That would actually be funny. But it's like, yo, how's it going, Ezra? It's like, these are like some basics to seem at least somewhat competent and professional, right? It's like details. Embarrassing, they better offer me their firstborn. Okay, so I can see what you tried to say, Zephyr, but the problem is they launched and started developing the app, and to memory, I do not remember a single survey asking about it before they started developing or while it was in development, because I know it has been in development for a while. I know it's been in development for a while. I knew about this app before you guys. Like, I knew about this app way before any of you guys knew it even was a possibility. I never saw a survey related to that. And now they're putting surveys relating to that app now that it's being officially launched. Or at least not nearly, like, I don't remember, like, any of those questions. The cards option reminds you of a salesman outside the store that won't leave you alone to buy their stuff. Yeah, exactly. As far as I can tell, Star Rail is even giving us a skip button, so they're listening to their players. That's nice. Like, it might seem like a nitpick, but it's actually, you remember, like, one survey just once? I don't even remember a survey asking proper questions about the Hoyo Lab clone app that they're doing. But how's it going, Enik? Like, I don't remember, like, any proper market research being done in that regard in the survey. Maybe there was, and if I'm wrong, I will completely stand corrected, but I personally don't remember any of that. And the fact that now they're really asking a little bit more into detail and so on is quite embarrassing. You remember it being a random ass unimportant question? Yeah. You would think that if you're doing a marketing survey for something like this, that you're going to sink in resources and time and money as a result, you would probably do a better survey than that. Think you remember one? Maybe it's not the same for everyone? That would be weird. Because you would think that they would want to poll as many of the players about that specifically. Because they're sinking a lot of... They're sinking a decent amount of money into that, if you think about it. It's like time and resources spent to create that. So... this time you didn't get asked about collab, and what guy in Discord got asked about it. So they give different... So they give different questions to different people. I mean, that happens. So I guess maybe I just didn't get it, personally. If that's the case, I will stand corrected, but it's incredibly embarrassing to look at that I'm getting those questions right now. Is I asking if you want a product while distributing to the retailers? Yeah, exactly. Hoyo app who? Yeah, Nikke is making a Hoyo Lab-esque app for Nikke. Your questions are different every time you choose female. Wait, seriously? That's funny. But it's like... I don't know. There's a lot of little details and nitpicks that I could have about the survey. But it's not just about the survey. It's about my experience in general with Nikke. They have handled a lot of things very unprofessionally, to say the least. Kinda useless, but okay. It's nice for some people. Like the Hoyo-esque lab thing, I'm not gonna spit on it. It can be quite useful for some people. And if it allows you to, for example, track things like overloads and other things, or just have a easier access to certain types of content, that could be nice. But is it gonna be on a website or an actual app? From what I've seen, both. But Let's Players were going crazy, and I'm like glad. I don't know why. Like, some people are gonna be pretty excited about it because, you know, It means that you can track like overloads of Nikes and so on without having to go through spreadsheets. Or you could even make like scripts to extract that from the website and just have like a spreadsheet automatically update. So some people are pretty happy about that aspect of it. Content creators like myself, we are kind of happy about it because that app will have some of our content in that app. Assuming that they fulfill the stuff that they're saying that they're going to do, but I'm not gonna hold my breath because Shift Up already burnt me once with the first anniversary. And for some people, they just enjoy forum style stuff like collab. So like some people actually like having things like collab, because it serves to them as a place where they can look for guides, talk with other people, and so on. That is not Discord. Because you gotta remember, not everyone uses Discord, by the way. Like some people actually would rather have a collab style thing. And it can help to build, like, community a little bit. You like the website that Star Rail has? Literally tells you what to farm and best possible Lightcons relics for the character. Don't have to look it up. Yeah, I mean, that is something that is very nifty and that could be very useful for players. Imagine in the website, they give you, like, okay, what are the ideal overloads for, I don't know, Scarlet Black Shadow? Without you having to either come to my stream and ask me about it, or have to Google like a Sky Guide or like my Theorycraft at the time video. Some people just don't enjoy looking up through YouTube videos and the like. They just want like that really quick answer if they just look at it. Saves a lot of editing diagrams of unit working for most things. Yeah. Like there's a lot of benefits if you think about it. Like, I'm not mad about the website itself. The thing that I'm not even mad. I'm just, like, saying that it doesn't look very professional to do it that way. The thing that I'm saying is not very professional is the fact that they're asking in surveys now about it when it's about to launch. It's a little bit late for that. Let's see about this because I'm personally hype about it. Not just track your progress, but... codes as well. Yeah, it also makes like finding codes easier. So there's that too as well. You're in for that Black Shadow skin. I really like this Black Shadow skin. Did you guys see the helm skin? I'm so excited about it. It's such a good skin. Because it shifted themselves telling you what the overloads are. I don't know. I don't trust they know how to play the game. I hope that it's going to be community driven. Because I also believe that Shift Up probably are fucking clueless about what the actual optimal shit is on their Nikes. Realistically speaking, I've seen them fumble enough basic mistakes that I don't exactly trust them with knowing what is best for their Nikes. Maybe it has changed since then, but just fumbling so hard on basic shit like, the Red Hood ratio of her weapon tells me enough about their ability to know their game balance, right? So many skin gonna come this month. I don't know how they want people to pour money on them. I mean, yeah, there's the Helm skin. There's like the 2 new gacha units that are gonna come with their own skins as well. There's like the rerun of all of the previous collab units as well. It's gonna be a lot of stuff. They're really pulling out all the stops to try to make as much money with this collab event. Imagine they tell you to put ammo on Summer and East. Dude. I mean, I would hope that they are not at that level. But it's just like little nitpicks here and there. The pick music. I like this song. Nikke's on milking mode. They always have been. That's the thing. You feel bad looking at the drips? Tell me about it, Zuzu. Remember the 48% ammo line the app put when talking about Red Hood? It's enough to cause a riot. I like the skill the same as always, Ray buffing Asuka. I guess the skill is pretty much the same. Probably. The best cube to level is Onslaught, can you imagine? Gonna go study for your Nikkei exams. But yeah, I feel a little bit dead on the inside. But okay, so there are some people that genuinely believe that Nikkei has become more predatory lately. I could see where they're coming from, But at the same time, Nikke has always had this weird design philosophy where a lot of the monetization and the way the game behaves, the way they monetize and behave as a game is very similar to third-rate mobile games. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. A lot of the things that they do remind me a lot of third-rate mobile games. In terms of like monetization and everything. Even though they're an incredibly successful game, a lot in the details, a lot of it is like very third-rate mobile game. All of the resources are super scarce and limited to the point where it's ridiculous. A lot of these packs are like scale up to whale value to whale like values in terms of money for very little returns. Like, I mean, seriously, are you really gonna like? Okay, so let's just talk about this for example. You're paying $100 for a selection box, meaning that you're only going to be able to pick 80 times one of these 3 options. You don't get all 3 of them. Only one of these 3 options you select each time, one at a time. Instead of it being the other type of box that gives you all 3 of them. You're paying $100 for this. This is worthless, by the way. Like, these code manuals are fucking worthless. If you're running out of those, I don't know what to tell you. 8k gems is like what? 20... like almost 30 pulls? Almost 30 pulls and like you get to pick like one type of manual. This is not enough to be able to max burst skill a Nikke, by the way. Like, it's not even close. Same for this as well. Like, you get these. You get like the equivalent of 10 pull and almost half, like almost 15 pulls. And then you have to select these. You have 2 skills to level up with this shit. You're not even going to be able to max out one. And you're spending like, what, $60? Like, a lot of this shit is like such low value in many ways. Like, let's say you buy this. Well, you're getting like almost 15 pulls. You're getting some materials that are probably not even close to enough to level up even once. And you get custom modules, which are random chance. So you're gambling to possibly get nothing. Like, you're paying $60 to possibly get almost nothing. And I can keep ripping to shreds the entire shop, by the way. Like, all of these are super... Like, a lot of these packs and everything are super low value. Unless you're a Giga Whale that just doesn't care about how much you're spending. And they're gatekeeping a lot of these because they have the financial incentive in a sense to do so. I can keep like ripping into it because it takes months to gather up the skill books to be able to 10-10-10 a singular Nikke. Yet they release 2 to 3 Nikkes per month on average. It's either 10% or a net loss, yeah. 8k is around 36 pulls, and I think for a bundle is near higher. 8k, isn't it like 3k for... hold on. Am I wrong on this? Hold on, let me just check. Yeah, it's 300 for a single pull, so it's 3k for a pull. 6k for 20 pulls, and it's 8k, so you get like 20-something pulls, right? Yeah, it's 26. It's 26 pulls, basically. I just had to double check. Like, 8k gems is 26.6, basically. I just had to double check real quick, but it's not a insane amount of value. Like, 8k gems, you gotta remember, it's 3k gems per 10 pull. So, you're getting a little bit under 30 pulls. You're not getting enough skill books to even be able to max out a single skill or burst skill. And these are so commonplace that you're going to accumulate them very quickly anyways. But it's a nice bonus, I guess. Like, a lot of these are things that you would expect from a predatory third-rate game, right? Because as much as I would rip into Hoyo games, only the skin pass is really worth, and that's because we get a skin. Yo, how's it going, Zal? No, I was talking about gems. Like, the only really worthwhile things to purchase in the shop, if you really come down to it, are the pull packs. Because this gives you essentially 56 pulls for $100. Still expensive as fuck. Yeah, exactly, Viker. It's a goddamn Leviathan. But I hope that they've been trading you well, Zal. But, like, you gotta understand, right, is that the only things that are worthwhile, even though it's still on the expensive side, if you think about it, are the pool packs and, like, the campaign push gem packs. And to some extent, you could get, like, these supply gems. These are, like, good efficiency in any game, honestly. But the game restricts you a lot on the resources to progress your characters. As much as I rip into Hoyo's gacha, for example, because it's ridiculous, and as much as I rip into other gacha games as well and their practices, they don't restrict you as much when it comes to building the power of your characters. If I start playing Zenless Zone Zero, or if I start playing like some other game, I can build up a character skills and kit and so on pretty quickly. Those games have the issue of the dupes, so I'm not even going to go into that because that's a problem in itself. And some of those games also have like the weapon banners, so that's a problem in itself as well. But at least you get the satisfaction that when you get the character, you can build it up. In Nikke, they're playing a lot of the monetization in your ability to build the characters in the first place, to be able to play them. Which is something that I feel you see more in like third-rate mobile games, if that makes sense. Depends how much weekly mats you need from bosses. That's also true, but it's just a matter of weekly mats, to be honest. And if you play the games consistently, you will accumulate the materials faster than the characters get released. That is the biggest difference between, say, Nikke or Arknights or Nikke or Wuthering Waves and the like, is that if I play Arknights consistently, or if I play Wuthering Waves consistently, I will eventually get to a point where I'll gather materials faster than the game releases new characters. I know people that have a lot of characters built in those games, like in some cases even every single character built because they've been playing consistently since day one. In Nikke, I wouldn't even dream. Even if I spent as much money as the biggest whales in the game, I wouldn't even dream of building every single character in the roster. I wouldn't even dream of it. And that's something that they're going to need to address because it seriously feels like shit. That, okay, I got the duo maids. Cool, I've been playing since day one, consistently, every single day. I cannot build them. I don't have the resources to build them. I just don't have them. Arknights, I take breaks for months at a time. Even longer. Like, Ragna teases me a lot about it. I take breaks for months at a time in Arknights. I can still come back, and because I used to play the game consistently for long enough, I can raise up to M9 a single unit that just came out without even sweating it. Yo, how's it going, Lyra? And can you imagine... that's because of dead patches and lazy devs. It's not so much of lazy devs. You could have a lot of patches in Nikke. The main issue is the resource gathering. So, in Nikke, the problem is it takes months to be able to 10-10-10 a singular Nikke in terms of skills, or to get her to anywhere like good. It takes months as a free-to-play to get enough books to do so. They release 3 Nikkes in the time it takes a free-to-play to be able to max out the skills of a single... Even more than that. They probably release even more Nikkes. Well, as I mentioned, you stepped out for a bit. No worries, Ragna. I was just talking about Arknights. But you gotta think about it this way, right? It's like, I think someone did the calcs. Maybe chat can tell me. Can any of you in chat remember how many months as a free-to-play does it take to gather enough skill books to 10-10-10 a singular Nikke? I think it was in the ballpark of like a month and something, or 2 months. Like, it was like a month and something. Maybe someone in chat remembers off the top of their head. But let's say for nearly 2 months, let's be incredibly fucking generous, right? About a month or two to fully upgrade a character. Okay, let's be on the incredibly generous side towards Nikke. Let's just be incredibly, incredibly generous towards them. Let's say it takes 1 month to max out a Nikke. 2 months without overclock, plus no skill reset mentioned in the patch. Yeah, we're not even gonna get skill reset. You're on week 3 and you're 7, 10, 10 on 1 unit. So yeah, it's probably closer to 2 months, but even if I'm incredibly generous towards them and I only say it takes 1 month to max out a Nikke, they release 3 fucking Nikkes per month on average. If you look at it, right, let's just look at let's see if I can find the wiki. They do, hold on, it's like 1, 2, 3 events per month, yeah, on average. They do close to 3 events per month on average. Each of those events, on average, has at least 1 Nikke, if not 2 in some cases, because Romantic Valentine had 2 Nikkes. So, on average, they're somewhere in the ballpark of 3 Nikkes per month. So, in the time it takes you to upgrade 1 Nikke, 2 other Nikkes have already released. And this will continue compounding and compounding over and over. Body Soda, Rouge Event, etc. Yeah, exactly. So, this issue will just keep compounding because by the time you get the materials to do so, there is already multiple Nikkes that released. And that's without even going into things like that one time they did a triple SSR banner for the collab, or the dual pilgrim banner into the 2 banner that happened for the Christmas event, and then again into Rappy Red Hood, where basically you got like 5 Nikkes in a single month, right? That's without going into extremes like those. And Eva banner is 5 banners. Yeah, but that's because it's a rerun. How's it going, Livingston? So, if you picture it this way, even if you play daily on Nikke, so to put it into perspective, if you guys took a couple months break from Nikke and just stopped playing entirely for a couple months, and then you decided to come back after a couple of months and grab the new Nikke, do you guys think you could max it out immediately? Unless you have been giga hoarding resources like there's, you're saving for Nikke too. I think for most people the answer is no. Yeah, some people wouldn't even be able to get it to 444. You do dailies, question mark. You guys get what I mean, right? Is that if you step away from Nikke for a bit, you lose out on a lot of daily resources. Because you don't accumulate them quickly enough. You don't hoard for Nikke too. Man, I'm poor on resources. I just let people buy into the maxing. That's also the other thing, is that I'm talking just about skill books, but we're not even entering into systems like, for example, Doles. Because Doles and some of the other systems like Rockas, even if you wanted to purchase and whale to living fuck, they don't even give you the options to do so. They almost never sell Dole materials in the shop. If you guys think about it, I believe I've seen Dole packs like 2-3 times in the shops since the system has come out in months. And that was kind of the case to some extent with Rockas, even though you can, buy the new Nikke upgrade module things. Realistically, you cannot even buy rocks that much, or at least you didn't used to be able to. Right? Because in the daily, weekly, and monthly, there's no rocks. You cannot buy rocks. In the daily, whatever, you're at the whims of whenever ShiftUp decides to add them. Same for the Dole materials. Ali-chan is still broken. The Ali-chan AI TTS is out of characters. She cannot speak until the end of the month. And rocks are horribly expensive to buy. They're completely overpriced pieces of shit. You have silenced her. Your rock system is fucked. You were thinking about quitting Nikke because of it. Like, if you think about it, the price of the rocks is nuts. You're paying $60. You're paying $60 for 5 rocks. 5 rocks? Do you guys know what 5 rocks will net you? Fuck all. Like, unless you get insanely lucky, it will net you fuck all. Like, 5 rocks doesn't even allow me to change effects with 2 things locked in twice. It only allows me to reroll once when I have like double lock in. Like, it's fuck all. Like, the upgrading system in Nikke is prohibitively expensive. It's actually prohibitive. Because if you want to permanently lock a line, you have to pay 2 rocks just to do that. And when you want to lock a second line, you have to pay 3 rocks. So for a double lock like this, where you don't want to grind, the custom locks, and these custom locks are new, by the way. You have to spend 5 rocks already just to do that. And after that, to be able to reroll the values, it's going to be 3 rocks per reroll. Like, it's so mind-blowingly expensive. It's such a cheap-ass thing to do. It's mind-boggling because it's already RNG in the first place, right? It's already like Giga RNG in the first place. Like, these are the probabilities of each individual type of line. Then you have the probabilities for each slot. And then you have like also the probabilities for each value as well. The system in itself is already designed so that even if you have infinite rocks, it's going to be incredibly difficult to fully max out a Nikke in terms of lines and everything. Those rocks are farmable, but they're... Even with Anomaly Interception, they're still kind of dog shit rates if you think about it. Like, Anomaly helps a lot with that. It used to be way worse. Remember that the maximum amount of rocks you could get per day back in the day was 3. Nowadays it's more, but it's still a very, very dog shit rate, even with Anomaly Interception. It's like, what? 31% chance. Like, it's like 50% chance to get anywhere of these with a probability of this. Like, 30% times 70%, so that's the chance of getting 1 rock in the first place without counting the pity. Like 70% times 58%. Like, that's the odds of getting like that one specifically. And then it's like the other one, and then it's the other one. But it's like, it's a 50-50 chance, almost, to just get rocks in the first place, if you don't count the pity. And the pity is like a third of what is required to be able to get a single rock anyways. If you get really unlucky, you can fucking starve in rocks, even with Anomaly Interception. Sky went 2 weeks without getting a single rock. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can get really unlucky. And the problem is that the expenses on rocks just for a single Nikke are prohibitively expensive. But then when you're talking about a roster that keeps expanding at the rate of 3 Nikkes per month, on average, you don't have nearly enough resources to put them in comfortable positions. Like, it's not even close. And even if you decided to wail your heart away and just buy everything the shop has to offer, it's still not enough. It's not even close to enough. That's also why some people just don't even bother with it. Like, that's why even some Giga Whales don't even bother fucking buying rocks, because it's... Or buying, like, some of this stuff, because it's so expensive for basically nothing. Right? Like, it's so expensive for basically nothing. That's what I mean by... They have, like, this weird... Yo, how's it going, Kumomo? Let me... Gal, could you do me a favor and shout out Kumomo? You caught me in the middle of a rant. I hope your day's been going great, Kumomo. No, please do so. Oh, thanks a lot, Ragnar. You were faster than Gal. Things are going great. I'm happy. Because, like... It's one thing to have... It's one thing to make, try to make some extra money, because at the end of the day, they're companies. It's another thing to make progression so prohibitively expensive. Now, if you think about it, like, all of the core dust purchases and everything is like for whales that don't care about, pushing campaign or anything, because you're just paying to do less content. But a lot of the other things are just there for basically financially incentivize shift up to make progressing your character prohibitively expensive. They're financially incentivized to do so. And that has been the case since the inception of this game. It always has been the case. Nivet, nothing compared to other pieces of shit. Yeah. After defeating Kraken, you sweeping 4 rocks. I mean, like, the maximum rewards for Anomaly Interception cap out at stage 7, just as a frame of reference. You don't get any further rewards, even if you kill the Kraken. You can sweep, yeah, but like, you can see here, it just doesn't change. It's the exact same rewards for stage 7 or stage 9. Main reason as to why you never found it interesting to start playing Nikke? Nikke has a lot of good things going for it. It has great characters in terms of like design, appearance. It has really good story, really good music. The character kits can vary a lot in terms of like how interesting they are. That's why I complain very often about the game balance state. But the progression is incredibly harsh for newer players. Like a brand new player, unless they spend prohibitively amounts of money, like just ridiculous amounts of money, they're not going to catch up to me. Like, realistically speaking, as far as campaign goes and all of that shit, they're never going to catch up to me. When it comes to solo raid, they could eventually catch up to me because it's quote-unquote only 5 teams. I say in quotations because it's a little bit more complex than that. But for one specific element of solo raid, people could eventually catch up to me if they solely focus on that element. Because at the end of the day, they would only have to focus on 5 teams. But it's a little bit more complex than that. Amazing BGM, thanks a lot. You hate that thing? It's the same reward for phase 7, 8, and 9. I kind of understand why they did it, and I can get behind that, but I wish they did full bursts more often. I almost wish they made the full burst the baseline, and then just, made a new type of full burst that gives you more. Because even if you get, like, all of the rewards from Overclock, right? Like, if I go to Simroom Overclock, like, the rewards are... It's better than nothing, but better than nothing to me does not excuse dipshit decisions. Like, cool. Like, I get 2, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32, 32, 36, 36, 42, 48, 56, 64. I can get 100 and some, right? Probably. Like a little bit over 100 and some. Also, it's front-loaded, by the way. So, stage 1 versus maximum rank, like the rewards actually decrease the further you go, which is really, which is good for weaker players, but it's like really funny for stronger players. Does it also beta overclock more rewards than actual release overclock? I don't remember that actually, Lyra. I would have to go back and double check. Not even dreaming of surpassing anyone. Yeah, exactly. But if you think about it in terms of like some other games that have like a cap to their level and other things, it kind of functions as a way for people to be able to eventually somewhat catch up in some ways. But in the case of Nikke, it's gonna be like for campaign push at the very least, and anything sync related, it's gonna be very difficult for anyone to ever catch up. We've always been in a resource crisis in Nikke. It's always been the case. It's always been incredibly bad, and it used to be worse. Because back in the day, we didn't have overclock. Back in the day, we didn't have anomaly. We had like even more dogshit systems. So now it's a little bit better, but it's still not in a good spot at all because you don't have the resources for the pace that the game is going. At least Nikke doesn't have the fatigue stamina issues. I don't like stamina system, that is for sure, but if it's to have a situation where you where it's your real life stamina that is taking a hit and your mental stamina that is taking a hit. I don't know what is better. I'm gonna be real. Back in the days, we didn't have triple SSR collabs and double Pilgrims Annie, though. We used to have still double banners. We've had multiple double banners since the inception of the game. Meta Nika's popping left-right nowadays. They seem to be popping left-right because back in the day, the design of Nikas were pretty abysmal. I mean, you had literal Nikas that are just SRs disguised as SSRs that back in the day, right? These days, some of the Nika's designs are a little bit more useful. The problem is that the resources are not keeping up with the increasing usefulness of Nika's. You love to spend 5 hours molding on a hard mode. I mean, it's fun to mold on stuff, right? It's fun to some extent to mold on stuff and to have the freedom to do so. My main gripe with Nika is really those few things. Is the resources the resource income is really bad. They should just make every Nika bad. Now, the main problem in terms of balance of Nika is the fact that the good Nikas are miles and miles and miles away ahead of the average or bad Nikas. Like, there is a very harsh difference between Clay and, say, I don't know, Grave, right? The gap is so big, it's almost not funny. Also, can we talk about the fact that SR Nikas are just bloody useless? Like, they're just a crutch that becomes immediately useless afterwards, and same for the R Nikas. Like, these... The game could have literally gone without having these as a rarity. Straight up. That's how useful they are. The game could just go without them existing. How about a 5 out of 6 Nika is bad, so you got enough chance to resource for the one? How about they make the Nikas good, but they also give us the resources to level up the Nikas? Because that is the type of mindset that I've never been able to wrap my head around when it comes to gacha gamers. They're like, yeah, give us more bad Nikas so that we can just, skip on leveling them. So that we can just focus the resources on the other Nikas. No, fucking make good Nikas and give a good amount of rewards that match the amount of Nikas that you make. Like, what the fuck? like, what the fuck? What do you mean you want... Like, excuse me? What kind of mindset is that? Like, actively make the game balance worse so that we just have more resources instead of just giving more resources? Like, come on, guys. Like, we're better than that. Like, we're better than that. Ali advocating for the releasing of slowdown Nikas. Honestly, I would advocate for a slower pace of release of Nikas. There is this little concept that you guys might know about, which is the idea of bloat. There will be a point, and we already kind of hit at that point, where the Nika roster will be so big because of the pace that they're releasing, that someone new is just going to open the game and look at this and just scroll down for 5 minutes and go like, fuck this, I'm not playing this game, there's too much. Like, there is this idea of bloat. Nika will surpass Millennium War Aegis amount in like 2-3 years. That's what's crazy. Millennium War Aegis has been around for 10 years. Like... And Nika is going to surpass the amount of units that game has in the span of 3 years? Like, excuse me? 15 years. Wait, seriously? 15 years? I thought it was 10 years. Like... let's see. What simulation room wasn't daily? What I wish is just that it just gave more rewards, period. Are you planning on playing... when Nikkei New Hope release on CN? I'm not too interested in Nikkei releasing on CN personally, but I mean, it's kind of... Like, I'm not from China. I'm not like CN or anything. I'm not super interested in that part. And the reality is that Nikkei does not fly in China. The game as a whole has too much fan service to actually fly in China properly, especially as a foreign game. So China is probably going to get a separate version with like censored Nikkas. There's no shot they just release as is. Talk about character bloat. Azur Lane is a prime example of a character bloat. Yeah, absolutely. Like, you can kind of see it with Azur Lane, and Azur Lane does not release characters at the pace that Nikke does. You had your 14th anniversary a while ago, so they're nearing 15. I see. Have you seen the censorship for Sin? I haven't seen it yet, actually, Komomo. Do you have images of it? I know for a fact that they will have it because Azur Lane, for example, was forced to do so. And it's a Chinese game. But yeah, like, character bloat is going to be a real problem in Nikke eventually. Just at the pace that they're releasing. Just got a vibrator ad on Twitch. Wait, seriously? What the fuck? Should new players force the one of each limited, even with all the packs and things? No. No, fuck no. Fuck no. Why would a new player spend exorbitant amounts of money to get the collab characters? Fuck no. No. Like, spend what you're capable of, like, what you can afford. But fuck no, I'm not gonna encourage people to whale in a game. Like, no, fuck no. If you get them and you're lucky, fuck yeah. You can even reroll accounts because Shift Up in their infinite wisdom designed the game in a way that, you know, encourages that type of behavior. I would sooner encourage people to reroll and try to get multiple of the collab characters for free. And then just try their luck with the free pulls, then encourage whaling. Like, fuck no, I'm not going to encourage that behavior. Apparently, there's an Arab version coming soon. Seriously? What the fuck? Can we talk about the $60 skin? Compare that to Azur Lane. The $60 skin is a little bit of a difficult talk. I don't agree with the pricing, but you gotta think about it this way. You're not getting just the skin for $60. You're getting like a lot of other shit with it. And when I was talking with a friend of mine that is in game development, he said that, yeah, for the Nikke developers, making a gacha skin is essentially the equivalent of making a brand new character, minus making the kit. And honestly, when you look at the type of kits that these motherfuckers create for some Nikkes, you might as well consider the price of creating the Nikke kit just non-existent. Because holy fuck, when you read Clay or Rumami or whatever, I refuse to believe that it was not made by some unpaid intern. Or they just like threw darts at a board. Like, not even they threw darts at a board. They had a chimp throw darts at a board. But like, the $60 skin is a little bit of a difficult conversation in the sense that it's hard to gauge how much of it is actual greed and how much of it is actual internal costs. I do agree that the price is too high for what it is, but it's a little bit difficult to really talk about that objectively. Yes, ChatGPT how to throw darts on a board, pretty much. You don't want the shit, you want the skin. I mean, that's understandable. You decided to take a break from Nikke because you have a lot of grinding in PGR, so you won't be touching the Eva collab, even though you will watch Play Eva. I appreciate that you still would watch me, though. Yeah, you can post links here, Kumumu, by the way. Absolutely allowed. You're closing on 3k units in Dokkan. 2k was too far from reality. Jesus Christ. Just for one multiply by 3 and you spent $1,500 for 3 skins. Yeah. That was the League of Legends infamous $500 skin, which is also prohibitively expensive for what it actually was. Gacha skin give money to the artists and VAs and the new art voice lines. You're more than willing to pay for those rather than the devs. But yeah, you like Azur Lane because they literally you literally have every character. I mean, let's see what you're sending me, Komomo. Let's have a quick glance. We just mute the ad and let's just have a look at this. Because I know for a fact that they're going to censor them. So the skirt is longer for okay, so the skirt is longer for Rappy. There's no longer like the side ties and everything. We kind of knew this was coming. Holy shit, they nerfed Anis's booba so much. Holy fuck. Oh, that's hilarious. They covered up the chest. And the shorts are longer. It's no longer hot pants. It's like actual shorts. Okay. I saw this coming from a mile away. Yeah, they put down Neon's skirt, which should have been the way it should have been in the first place, but it's whatever. But yeah, this is expected because China has a lot of censorship as a country. So all of this does not come as a surprise. Alice, this borders on comedic actually. Like, what the fuck is that image on the right? Like, what the fuck am I looking at on the right? Like, look at that shit. The fuck? Like, that Alice was like, what the fuck? But yeah, they nerfed Anna's booba as well. That's really funny. Yeah, the Anna's chest becomes smaller, yeah. For the CN version. What's an okay price for a gacha skin in your opinion? The problem about talking about proper pricing, Jay, is that if you want to talk objectively about proper pricing, you got to think about a few things. Is how much are you expected to sell versus how much does it cost you to make? So let's say, for example, it costs you $1,500 to make a new gacha skin, but you're expecting to sell only one. The minimum price for that would be $1,500, just straight up. But if you're expecting to sell, I don't know, $1,500, if you want to just break even, you could sell them at $1. But of course, you're a company. You want to have some profit so you can make some projects in the future, pay your employees, etc. And like do more stuff. But it's a very exaggerated way to explain it, but it should give you an idea of what I mean. So depending on how much it costs them to develop the gacha skin and how much they project in sales, it could be a okay price. We just don't know their internals. Now, as a pure consumer, I don't think they're worth more than like $20-something. That's just personally. Right? Like the skins themselves, I don't feel they're worth more than $20-something, maybe $30. In terms of like everything they provide. Like, I mean, Azure Lane provides something similar-ish for that price range, right? But I don't know how much it costs them to do all of this stuff. Also, Azure Lane has the easy part that they don't have to do the new animations and costumes of like the live 2D as well here. Because Nikkei is technically doing multiple rounds of live 2D. They have like this where they have to put the costumes and everything. They have the idle thing that you see in the menus. And then they have the burst animations as well. So I don't know how difficult or how expensive it is to do all of this at once. But you could consider it like, okay, maybe $30 is okay. I mean, I'm a VTuber. I'm paying for a VTuber model at the moment. I'm paying a lot of money for that. Just as a frame of reference. Right? I know how difficult it is to do those things. I'm literally in the process of having a VTuber model made. So there's a lot of things to consider. It's very easy to shit on the fact that it's $60 and say like, yeah, it's too expensive and everything. It's very easy to shit on that. But the reality of these type of things is a little bit more complicated. Reset time. Oh, I gotta put some of the gambas then. Let's put the 10-minute gamba rocka first and foremost. There we go. So we already start putting in those things, but yeah. We'll wait to see if Solo Raid forces Shift Up to give a free copy of every EVA SSR character because people simply can't get past the event level 1. They're doing it. If that becomes the case, they're just doing it intentionally for the sake of pushing people to buy the Nikes. That's kind of the thing, isn't it? But yeah, if you think about it, in the way, for example, with the League skins and everything, like, they could have gone way worse. Shift Up is watching at your character and took your advice personally. I would love for Shift Up to just listen to some of the shit that I say on my stream. I know that there are some people related to stuff with Shift Up, like not Shift Up employees themselves, but I know that there are some people from the community management that occasionally watch my streams. I know that for a fact because I have gotten comments from them. But the reality is that I wish they took a little bit of this stuff a little bit more to heart. Overclock is embarrassing compared to a lot of other games. The resource gain system is honestly killing a lot of people's motivations. Because what you gotta think about it is not just they're making money by selling these things. It's also the amount of players that they're losing and bleeding out because of it. I used to be in a union called Void that is like within the top 10 ranks of Nikkei unions. I've seen a bunch of people quit over time. Speaking of gacha skin, did they just 07 long-haired Ray? I don't know what they're planning to do with the long-haired Ray. Maybe it's the free skin, maybe, or maybe it's a battle pass skin. I don't know what they're planning to do with that, because it was in the promo materials for sure. Zeta just merged with Sniff due to membership bleed out. Yeah. Like, there's... On the higher end and on the veteran end of Nikkei, there's been a slow burnout of a lot of players that are just bleeding out slowly but surely. And it's for a lot of the issues that I'm talking about. There's been like a bleed out of players slowly but surely. They didn't mention about it at all on the patch notes. That's interesting. Could it be the wallpaper then? Like, there's been like a bleed out of people for sure, slowly but surely. And that's a problem for the game's longevity. Because, sure, you could just keep getting new players. You could just keep getting new players, but if you keep bleeding them on the end game, that's not a good look. And because it's difficult to catch up in the first place, you're not going to be getting a huge turnaround of new players. I mean, if you use, for example, my friend Sir, the reason he hasn't gotten into Nikkei is because he knows it's pointless trying to catch up. So he's not even going to bother playing the game. Have fun for 2 days and go back to dailies, giving no improvement to your units. Yeah. Endgame is all about speedrun dailies and wait for a raid to eventually appear. Yeah, endgame for the most part is like... just wait until you can push stuff. If you already finished pushing campaign completely, so for example, I'm sitting on Behemoth. Once I'm done with Behemoth, the new chapters will drop, but I'll probably level up enough sync levels that I will be able to push the entirety of hard campaign in one go. So once I'm done with that, I basically don't have anything to do in hard campaign push at all. And if we consider like towers, I will be done with towers eventually too, so I will have nothing to do there either. It will eventually just become a game where I just accumulate resources, wait for solo raid, and wait for new story chapters. That's about it. Nothing to do. Reason why you quit, nothing to do. Yeah, there's a lot of people that have quit Nikkei as a result of how the game is being handled. Staying in Nikkei for the story and asses. Yeah, most people, like, that's why I say the strongest part of Nikkei is character design in terms of, like, appearance and the story and the music. Everything else is, like, in this weird state where it's, like, no, it doesn't hold a candle to the rest. Log in dailies and play at patch, yeah. I mean, it is true that that's the case for a lot of gacha games. That is also true. That is also very true. Is it wrong to try to expect more, though? Like, I'm a bit real. We're getting to a point where mobile games, in many regards, are matching more and more AAA games in terms of all the things that they do. We're getting to that point. Is it really wrong to expect them to do a little bit more than just being a mobile game? Especially with the amount of income that they get. That's kind of my gripe with all of this. Your bike is now killing you? Wait. Had to enter 30 shits of drywall. Jesus Christ. So I plan for you. Worry, don't you worry now. I kind of know. I know I've been ranting for a while about Nika, and it probably won't be my last rant either. But this game has so much potential on so many fronts that it's really a shame to see it be kind of wasted. It's kind of a shame to just see it wasted. Not a game designed to play daily, be a game that needs 10 plus hours a week to stay relevant, but do you think depending on patch length, there should be plenty of content added to the game? Yeah, that's the thing, right? You could make like some fun stuff in the end game that is not mandatory. For example, back when I was a lot more into Star Rail, I would play Simulated Universe just for fun. I would just straight up play Simulated Universe just for fun. And that's because you could do wacky builds in Simulated Universe and it had a lot of replayability. It's the same with, back when I used to play Arknights a lot more as well. I would play, Integrated Strategies, it's called. I would play Integrated Strategies just for fun because it has a lot of replayability factor. And there's like some other modes as well where I would just play for fun, even though I already got the things. That's literally all you did when you played HSR. Yeah, spam Simulated Universe. It was fun. You have no excuse to avoid IS5. You can finish it in 20 minutes. You'll die before you see one. But yeah, each Nika story chapter is like, yeah, the thing about Nika, so, okay, it's a little bit more than 2 hours, Yami, in all fairness. Because if you look, for example, at my streams, whenever I do doing the entire storyline, so my chapter 33-34 was 5 hours total. So I had 5 hours total to play 33-34 in its entirety. But yeah, that's like once every 3-4 months or something. In Millennium War Aegis, you have Makai stages that are insanely difficult. All they reward is 1 XP fodder, and you play a fuckload as well. That's the thing, is that you can make fun, replayable things that are like not mandatory. And I just wish the game had more of that. What other Nikas we even have in Pilgrim? Oh yeah, Dorothy. Like, to me, it just feels like wasted potential all around. Overclock could have been that. Overclock could have been like that game mode where you have like wacky effects that are roguelike, where you would have like Métis with the April Fool's animation just entering to help you and other wacky effects, but instead you have glorified overload lines, right? And it's like, well, that's kind of a shame. That's kind of a shame, isn't it? Yeah, how's it going, Lone? Also, how's it going, girl? Oh, thanks for the hydrate. Right now, could you do me a favor and shout out Aya, please? You went from Azure Lane. It would be great if sorting current event increase the number of points on a stage you're doing. There's a lot of things that a lot of gacha games could do better. For sure. Because right now I'm just talking about Nikkei, but there's a lot of other games that just do things better. '07 to Crown. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance sequel incoming. Wait, seriously? How am I? Pretty good. As much as I've been ranting, I'm just personally in a very good mood. Sometimes I just tend to rant about the game because there's so much stuff that they could do better. Little pointing on pulling those ships beyond collection. That's true. But yeah, how's it going? Also, yeah, what were you up to recently? For the love of God, Yostar, please implement sweeping option for main campaign and event stages. Yeah, sweeping is such a good quality of life in any game. I kind of wish that Nikkei would implement for dailies. If you have already cleared stage 7 of Anomaly Interception a certain number of times, it would be nice that you could just sweep it, because it's not going to get interesting. It doesn't get more interesting the 350th time that I do it. Like, unless I'm going specifically for the title, I don't... I just autopilot to stage 7. I don't care. Didn't even talk with Ultras recently. Wait. Yeah, there's a lot to complain about. I haven't spoken with Ultras and Konto in a while as well, now that I think about it. But yeah. And the thing is, the reason why I personally think that slowing down the pace of release of Nikke kit, of Nikkes and the like, would be a good idea for them, is that they themselves can barely keep up the pace. They themselves clearly cannot keep up this pace. And the reason why I say that I know that is because when you look at the amount of quality testing of QA that they actually do for Nikkes, there are some bugs that should have never made it past QA. Cinderella should have never made it past QA. And many other Nikkes. The Horan bug should have never made it past QA. The Alice charge bug should have never made it past QA. It's all like different things that should have just never made it. Say that once you unlock the quick battle and anomaly, once you clear stage 9, that would actually make a real goal for this mode. That could help a lot as well, for sure. But if you think about it, there's just a bunch of things that just should have never made it past QA. Like, straight up should have never made it past QA. The Red Hood bug shouldn't have made it either. I mean, Red Hood was not even... I don't know which bug you're talking about, but if you're talking about the Red Hood ratio, it was not even a bug. It was just something that should have never made it past the initial phases, because you could tell that she was not doing enough damage. Like, it's wild to think about it, because they're just making... Also, I'll hydrate now. Thanks a lot. There's, like, a lot of things that should just never have made it past QA. But they just kind of did. The Behemoth bug, that thing is so easy to achieve, too. Should have never made it past proper QA testing. Yeah, exactly as Gao said. Like, the Behemoth bug as well. Like, should have never made it past QA as well. It's so easy to achieve, too, because... The thing is, once you understand that Nikke as a whole has many things related to frame rate in its coding, you know exactly what to look for when you're fishing for bugs or for things. So it's incredibly easy to find. The fact that it made it past twice is insane. Yeah, that really tells you a lot about their actual testing, doesn't it? I wonder why the pause menu bugs the boss, Clueless. Yeah, I wonder why as well. It's not like the entirety of Nikke's internal timers and event managements are based on frames or something. We as players have already figured that out, by the way. We have already figured out how much Nikke is tied to frame rate. We have already figured it out. The devs, for some reason, have not figured out that having that means that it could lead to a bunch of different bugs. They probably are, it's too late to fix it, but they should know it exists, so as a result, they should know to test for those type of things specifically, to avoid the bugs. But... yeah, exactly as Yami puts it. Also, the Gamba has been locked, so let's just go and do the Special Interception Challenge. Like, it took them... probably over a year just to fix the Crystal Chamber bug. It took me not too long to figure out how it worked. So yeah. But the thing is, I don't even blame the devs for their issues. I blame more management in the sense that they are trying to adhere to some insanely ridiculous they're trying to adhere to some ridiculous timelines, if you think about it. Like, the pace at which they're releasing events and Nikkes is ridiculous. Although technically some events don't require all that much because they could... Honestly, you could have an AI generate those stages. Like some of those stages, you could literally have an AI generate which raptors go into where, and just randomly slot them there. Which sometimes I feel is what they do. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Sometimes I feel that's what they do when I look at some stages, both in campaign and also in events. It just feels like freaking almost AI generated. But let's just say that the devs actually do handcraft those stages. Then, yeah, I don't know. When you design your class for buffs in Pioneer, like, funnily enough, I just make that buff the same name and same value. I had a value stack, it will work, like, as in-game. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Don't even need a macro for it. Yeah, exactly. Also, like, there is some things that are also, like, pretty crazy to think about. There are so many copy stage like stages in Nikkei. It's actually wild. The 2432, I think it was, stage is a universally hated stage. Yet they copy pasted it multiple times. Right. Like, they just copy-pasted it multiple times. Did you know that a rapture that used to jump into your team still jump again and get out of boundaries, making it unclearable? Yeah, that bug still is around the game, by the way. I had someone ask me about it recently, and I was like, oh yeah, that bug has been around since the start of the game. Like, that bug has been around since the start of the game. Like, they've never fixed it. Like, there's a lot of things going on. Don't explain mirror container. Yeah, like, these are like some basics in design as well that I just cannot wrap my head around how they made it. Because Kraken, the boss that I'm doing right now, is a very good example of that. I showcased yesterday to you guys the whole, what's it called? That whole thing where it's like, if you have 21 by 9, you have a better field of view. That makes it so that, you know, you can hit the tentacles and everything more easily. Normally, you would think about those type of things as a game designer, right? Like, to me, when I think about, like, these are the type of things that should be, like, you know, basic thoughts, right? It's like, oh yeah, it looks like this, but if we put a different ratio, what happens? I don't know. Maybe I'm just ranting for too long here. Friend of yours that played Nikkei casually, and he was shocked to find out a lot of the boss's abilities aren't time-based, but frame-based. Yeah, I mean, it's fucking insane to think about. But maybe I've just been ranting for too long. That's a 2 Rocka. How to design a mobile-based game boss. Pop a giant squid with tentacles off screen that makes the tentacles all the gameplay. Yeah, I remember when Kraken first came out, people were pissed as fuck at the fact that the tentacles would go off screen all the time. Same for mirror container. So that's 3 rocks already, actually. And we got 4 rocks. Okay. I mean, that's nice. That'll probably net me 0 lines, but at least I got something. So Believer Gang is eating good today. Previously stunning Kraken was funny as shit. Yeah, that was really funny. They somehow fucked up the boss's ability to be immune to stun. Yep, Dylan won. Using the aspect ratio to make train easier will always be funny to make. It's the same with any boss, actually. Like, aspect ratio just, for some reason, if you can play on ultra wide permanently and not have any issues, you're just better off just always playing like that. And it's crazy to think that that's a thing. Like, the game just plays better on ultra wide. Even though the game itself was designed to play on vertical screen on phone, yet playing on ultra wide 21:9 ratio is the best thing you can do in the game. Like, make it make sense, Shift Up. Holy fuck. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what to say to that. You won big time, yeah. Like, Believer Gang actually won big time. Krakening not chipping out on rocks the one time, then resets to 0 tomorrow. Oh my god. But yeah, I could keep ranting on and on about Nikke. Because as much as I love this game, it has its fair share of issues. Fuck it, let's just go with this. Still waiting for Rappy Red Hood to be added to the thing. Total believed, but you showed up too late. Can I have 35,000 points? Why that number specifically, I wonder. Maybe this game was meant to be like the rest, run on horizontal mode, but then they thought to swap it last minute. Maybe, but these aren't supposed to be decisions you make on the last second. Especially because Destiny Child used to be, like, was a game that you would play on vertical as well. So to me, it's hard to tell. I just feel that it's something that relates to the fact that the game is made on... I think it's made on Unity, isn't it? And that they're not using Unity very competently. To say, to put it, like, politely. To me, it feels like it could be related more to that. Pretty sure Altizen design was made specifically with portrait in mind. It looks so cool to transition from one part to another, except that gameplay-wise, it's really ass. Maybe, actually. That could be a real thing. That the game was originally made to be played on horizontal, and then they decided to make it vertical. Can I have 105k points now? Nah, even if I wanted to, I cannot hand channel points for free, funnily enough. You're saying the opposite meant to be played vertical? Wait, what? Oh yeah, sorry, I mixed up portrait and landscape. Yeah. I meant I mixed up portrait and landscape in my mind. So yeah, no, it makes sense. It would make more sense that the game was designed to be played on vertical from the get-go, but the devs are not very good with Unity or whatever the engine is. I think it's Unity. And kind of have been fumbling with it since. Because, what's it called? Bowtie, Sinister, Crystal Chamber all float into infinity and beyond outside of your screen. Then you have shit like Altizen where you're just better off just playing on 21:9 to be able to see the back of the train. Kraken, the tentacles just float off screen all the time. Like, there's so many examples of it in the game, actually, if you think about it. Of just shit that flies off screen and just you don't see it ever come back. And you're sitting there, well, fuck, I cannot hit what I don't see on screen. Just complaining of a harvester and the off-screen circles 30 seconds ago. Yep, that's another good example. I'm trying to follow chat at the same time while I'm doing... while I'm trying to do the daily. So if I miss messages, I'm really sorry about that. I'm trying my best to follow both. Forget Unity, they could stop at the devs aren't really good. I mean, I don't know. It feels like they just are way over their heads in many regards. Ludmilla, we can do the session outside. I'm finishing inside. That's a good one. How am I today? Pretty good, Lone. Thanks for asking. Yeah, I had a pretty good day overall. AI trained devs. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, I genuinely don't know what it is that makes it so that the more I learn about how the game functions in the background, like behind the scenes, the more I'm amazed it's even functioning in the first place. If you're able to alter the screen when you fight Behemoth, you can see her completely poof out of existence to the left side of the screen. Wait, seriously? That's funny. They really started designing bosses specifically for landscape after the official PC version release, which was very early. But Bowtie and Sinister have been around since before the PC launched, and those muffos just fuck off the screen all the same. Like, I don't buy it that it's because they created the PC version. Because landscape was also always a setting in mobile, wasn't it? Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the landscape option for mobile has always existed. Doesn't have any animation after going away, just face transition, so her model just poofs. That's funny. That's really funny. I mean, they're flying bosses, they just can't code them anyways. Oh my god. Like, there's so many things that I'm just like flabbergasted by it. I'm just sitting there thinking like, what the fuck am I looking at? Wait, I wonder, hold on. If I put 21/9, so let's just... Is it phase 1 to phase 2 transition go, or is it phase 2 to phase 3 transition, where she poofs out of existence? Because if it's phase 1 to phase 2, we can just try and see if we can see it on... let's see if we can see it on 21/9, since I'm on Behemoth. I think you've read all the convo with Ultras. I haven't read everything, but... It's not just the convos with Ultras. Like, I know a bunch of stuff that happens with the game, even before the conversation with Ultras. Because I hear stuff from multiple sources in many things that happen to the game, right? And whenever I look at those things, I'm just sitting there like, what am I looking at? Phase 2 to phase 3, so I don't think it can be seen in normal gameplay. Oh, okay, so if it's phase 2 to phase 3, it's gonna be a little bit harder to see. I mean, I could try to reach it, but... Like, phase 2 to phase 3 would be when, like, right before the red lightning starts. That's a really rough part for me to reach. Especially considering that I'm still sitting on this level of deficit. If I clear, I'm the record clear of global. Straight up. I'm actually straight up the record clear on global if I clear this. But there's like so many details if you think about it. Like some bosses are straight up toxic in terms of their design. Time to do it for the funny. Do you guys really want to try to see it on 21/9? I'm gonna fucking suffer. Like, I'm actually gonna freaking suffer like crazy trying to get that. Because if I do it on 21/9, I'm not used to playing on 21/9. Model Whale and Mirror Container. Mirror Container, I actually find the boss enjoyable personally. The main issue with Mirror Container is how much of a wall it becomes because of CP deficits and its defense mechanic. Mirror Container is one of those bosses that I genuinely think was not designed with combat power deficit in mind, like at all. Because the glass slippers just become completely unbreakable once you put combat power deficit into the mix. They just become really, really, really rough to break. Not completely unbreakable, but really, really rough to break. Model Whale, my personal issue with Model Whale is not so much the design of the boss itself. It's more the frame rate issues. Like, I have Model Whale in tower at the moment. I haven't really bothered touching Model Whale on tower because every time I play her, my frame rate just goes to shit. In the bomb phase and everything. And it's really frustrating to deal with. Even though I know I could clear her, like... It becomes like a struggle where I'm fighting against the frame rate. So that's why I haven't really touched Motherwell. Like, I'll just show you guys what I mean. Like, you guys will see the frames just dip into non-existence as soon as the bumps pop in. I don't like the boss all that much, but it's not as bad or as toxic as some other bosses can be. You guys see my frame rate just dip out of existence, right? Also, there is the bump RNG as well, but that's like an entire thing. But you guys see like my frame rate just dip into non-existence. How shitty it is to aim accurately for those 2 pixels 2 kilometers away with all the shitty effects on the screen, yeah. Literally have to blue CP it or at least or let someone handhold you. Yeah, for me my main gripe is like the bump RNG is annoying, for sure. But my main gripe is just how the frame rate dips into non-existence every single time I play Mother Whale. Like, sure, the aim can be a bit annoying. But it's mostly the bump RNG that is really annoying. And then after that, it's just the frame rate that just dips into just not existing anymore. You guys saw my frame rate just dip there into not being there at all. Like, it can barely fucking... Like, when I'm streaming, I can just not... Like, very often I cannot play Mother Whale properly. I mean, my frame rate was below 30 there, 100%. Like, I could barely play properly because of the frame rate. Even with low graphics. The problem is that Nikke as a game is very poorly optimized. I'm not even joking. Like, Nikke as a game is very poorly optimized and is very CPU dependent, not GPU. Very CPU heavy game. So, my best bet to have, like, stable frame rate on shit like Mother Whale would be to get a 9800 X3D and a half decent graphics card, right? Like, that would be my best bet. But yeah, Mother Whale is a very particularly harsh example of frame drops. And that's the main reason why I hate Mother Whale, because Mirror Container, I like it as a boss, but what I don't like about it is just the fact that it was clearly not designed with combat power deficit in mind. Because if I play Mirror Container in Anomaly, for example, it's an incredibly fun boss. It's an incredibly fun boss because once you start to know how it works, it becomes so much more fun. Because of the amount of draw calls, because all the image files and UI sprites. What I always struggle wrapping my head around is how I can play Apex Legends at like 100 and something FPS consistently, and Nikke struggles to run smoothly at 60 FPS on my computer. Right. I feel that it's more than just the amount of calls. I feel it's just the general optimization as well. Like, just basic level optimization. And I don't know if it's a thing about games from that region, but the games that have had the most issues in terms of optimization have always been Korean games. Most of them. Like, when I played Blade and Soul, I struggled with the lack of optimization. When I played Black Desert Online, I struggled with the lack of optimization. When I played Nikke, I struggled with the lack of optimization. Like, I don't know if it's something about, like, Korean devs or I'm just too biased against them. But I've always had issues with them in particular. But yeah, Mirror Container is one of those that just gets more fun the more you learn about the boss. Like, it just gets increasingly more fun. The more you understand how the boss works, the more smoothly it will go and the more fun, like, you will have. It's very restrictive comp-wise, so I could see why it's also annoying for a lot of players. Because in my case, I don't have this issue of not having every single Nikke at my disposal, so that helps a lot, for sure. Okay. That also helps a lot with my enjoyment of the boss. Ah, just barely not enough. Because my full burst ran out. I should have just been more patient and just waited for the next full burst. If it had crit, though, it would have been a kill on that glass slipper. There we go. Like, it just becomes more and more fun the more you play it. No fun on a hard mode, use your 4 attack elemental Ein. That's why I say that the main issue with Mirror Container is probably that it was not designed with campaign in mind, like at all. I feel it was designed as a solo raid boss first, and as a and then as a campaign boss second. Because the shield mechanic is not so much of an issue if you don't have to deal with combat deficit. Combat deficit nerfing your stats is what makes it... Really? Combat deficit is what makes it so impossible to deal with because your stats are being nerfed, right? And because your stats are being nerfed, that's what basically makes it so impossible to deal with. Really, something hit it, didn't it? Pretty sure something hit it. Yeah, it's not gonna clear. That's not gonna clear. But it just becomes more and more fun. At low CP, Ein with a lot of attack is the only option. Yeah, it's quite literally becomes the only option. Why are my frames tanking so much today? Let me just close this. But yeah. On Anomaly Intercept, Mirror Container is fun, but you're slowly approaching Chapter 32 hard mode. Yeah. You're eating my frames. Thanks his frames further. Like, yeah, that's the thing. Is that... It was clearly, like, in my eyes, it was not built with hard campaign in mind at all. Because there's just no shot you designed this thing and you don't think like, oh wait, maybe our own design is gonna fuck the players over. Or maybe they just didn't care and they just thought that it would be another way to encourage players swiping. That's also a scary possibility, right? Is that they actually knew and they didn't care. And thought that maybe that would encourage spending as well. Because again, there is like that third-rate mobile game mentality that seems to sometimes sip into the game, into the game's design sometimes. Where it's like, create artificially inflated difficulty walls to encourage player spending. Because there are some campaign walls that I refuse to believe were not made artificially hard intentionally. I refuse to believe that certain walls in campaign were not made with that inflated artificial oops. With that artificial difficulty in mind. You guys know what I mean, right? It's like, you guys know how some mobile games will try to encourage spending by creating artificial difficulty that can be overcome by swiping. And I wouldn't be surprised that some of the design decisions when it comes to just stage design in general are like that. Yep. That was a little bit of a cleaner one. I just had to be either slightly faster or just be more patient. I did both. But yeah, it's like... Most people don't even know Ein was the only option mirror container at 32. That's true. I know some Giga Chads that try to clear mirror container with fucking Alice. And honestly, respect for trying to clear mirror container with fucking Alice, because she's really not a good match for that. Like, she was absolutely not made for that idea. But yeah, it's like... It's such a smooth fight when you're fighting mirror container in Anomaly Intercept, or even in Solo Raid to some extent. Right? It's so much smoother because you don't have to deal with the combat deficit bullshit that happens in campaign. And, you know, being like lower sync and everything. God, my frames tank so hard these days. Whoops. My frames are just tanking so much lately. I have a feeling that the optimization has been going out of the window even further lately. Do you guys also feel that it just lags out more? Or not really? Because I swear to God, it really does feel like it's been tanking out frames more lately. There we go. Just you do better. Yeah, no, like, it's serious. On very high deficit, you either have a good Ein, and you just can't do it. I know that Yami is just joking, but... Chapter 15, there is this one zone defense mission guarding a bridge. Oh yeah, that one, Kitra. Yeah, that is just made to just roadblock you. Quite literally. Like, sometimes I genuinely feel that some of these are genuinely made with that mindset, which is the mindset of, let's try to get them to swipe to buy resources to get past these bullshit walls that we artificially create a difficulty for. Now, I don't know if Mirror Container would count as one of those, because honestly, it just feels like it was a boss that was designed for Solo Raid first, Campaign second, and they didn't really think that went through because of the combat power deficit and everything, but, you know, you never know with these things. What's my current CPU? Zetten has a 12,700, and even with all the stuff he has going on, it doesn't tank that badly. I have a very old CPU. I am planning on changing my computer, but yeah. Huh? Don't worry about it, just ban him. Just an idiot. I'll just... You know what's really funny though is that this idiot can only be seen by me and by the mods. Like, you can try to do shit. It really doesn't matter, and it's literally faster for us to ban your sorry ass than to keep you around. Let me just. There we go. But yeah, it's just you could see him and you don't think he's a mod. Seriously. Because when people are in monitor mode, they shouldn't be able to see him. But yeah, just ban him and move on. Like, not even worth the time to bother on inbred morons, honestly. Maybe it's something with the 7 TV panel, maybe, honestly. But yeah, like, don't worry about it. Just borrow a PC from l'Agence Spéciale Française. Yeah, like, my CPU is actually quite old, and I'm planning on upgrading PC soon-ish if I can. I have a Ryzen 7 1700X, which is a pretty old CPU, and that's why I have like my frames tank a lot. Same for my GPU, right? My GPU is actually decently old. It's a GTX 1070. Watch out, he's gonna make a YouTube video on you. How's it going, Mr. Pyrie? Ragnar Gal, could you guys do me a favor and shout out Mr. Pyrie? How have you been? It's been a fucking long-ass time since we last spoke. I just sent it to you in case you see that idiot on your chat. But yeah, like, don't worry about it. Like, doesn't affect me. Like, the dude is just wasting his time. You got a Ryzen 9 7500X. Nice. I really want AMD Rise Up. Exactly. Just shot me a DM. He's banned. Yep. Okay, that's good. You have to go walk Neko's dog. Oh, have a fun time with Neko, Pyrie. That's really nice. Hope you guys had a nice Valentine's. I think Neko told me that you guys were gonna spend it last time she was here. But yeah, have fun. And yeah, I just sent it to you in case that moron cropped up in your chat as well, or if you wanted to warn like other people. But yeah, just the same old idiot. Yeah, no worries. Always anything to help a brother out, right? And have fun, my dude. He can toss shit. You don't give a fuck. I mean, to me, it doesn't affect me. Like, I know that he's just a loser. But just making sure that he doesn't affect you guys as well. Who was the guy that got banned? Someone that harassed multiple streamers in the Nikkei community and got banned as a result. He's probably banned from, like, over half of the EN top streamers for Nikkei. Because he's just that much of a dipshit, and he tries to van evade. So yeah, we just banned that inbred moron immediately, because we have better things to do with our lives. Has he beat Omni yet? Oh, he also got banned from the main chord of Girls Frontline, and I think Nikkei as well recently. It's really funny. Yeah, it's that one guy that, like, even tries to make YouTube videos and shit. It's like, what the fuck? Get a hobby, man. Get a life. It's really funny every time. It's the guy that is banned on both Girl Frontline Discords. Yeah, it's that same guy. Look at it this way. As far as I know, I haven't been banned from any of the Nikkei channels yet, so he must be a real piece of work. Yeah, he is. He is. Must have scored 400 on Gunsmoke. Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's just a waste of time to waste oxygen on him. That's why I just banned him, and I took a screenshot to send to Pyrie because he had been harassing Pyrie as well, just as a preemptive measure, but, you know. Seems like I didn't need to. There has been drama on Nikkei main court as well, seriously? Oh my god. Several Omni members getting targeted by haters and banned, seriously. How's it going, Mr. Yanni? Yeah, he made like YouTube just to make you guys understand the level of inbred intelligence we're dealing with here, right? The guy made YouTube videos of him harassing and saying stuff that borders on anti-LGBTQ slurs to VTubers. And he put that on YouTube. That's the level of intelligence we're dealing with here. And then he thinks it's a good idea to go and post that on my Discord and on some other of my friends' Discords. It's like, that's the level of intelligence we're dealing with. He was on Gold server. Yeah, it's the same guy that made an entire fuss in Gold server as well. Is he a shift up dev with such level of intelligence? No, that would be an insult towards shift up devs, my dude. Must be a prostate 51 anomaly. Let's not make it political, guys. Let's just keep the political talk about outside of this. But yeah, he's permanently banned, and he's to be banned on site on both of my Discords and my Twitch because of how much of an annoyance he is. I have better things to do with my life than deal with nuisances like him. Honestly, like, I just have better things to do with my life. But yeah. It's kind of interesting, though, that the 7 TV allows you to see that dude. But yeah. Good thing he's at least permanently banned. And I was just saying, like, my CPU and my GPU are kind of old, but they can still run quite a few modern games pretty smoothly, which is, you know, when you have that type of stuff, is like, huh, I mean, why does Nika not run smoothly, man? We only had a Void fanboy. That was funny too, honestly, from the Girls Frontline 2 side of things. What's really interesting, though, is that the guy is just basically getting himself banned from everything. Oh my god. But yeah. Who's my Apex main? I've only played Apex casually with Ada, so I don't exactly have a main. But the one that I enjoyed playing the most, let me see. The one that I enjoyed playing when I was playing casually with Ada was... where is she? Hold on. Let me just grab all the Apex characters. It was one of the female characters. I think it was like Bastion or something.
VTuber who ban other players should be revoked and
Bangalore.
shadow banned for sponsors. That's the only thing mortals seem to react with. Take away their livelihood.
That became a copy pasta as well. No, it's Bangalore. Bangalore is the one that I played the most when I was casually playing with Ada. Yeah, Bangalore. Bangalore, I mean. Yeah, basically, yeah. Bangalore was, you could call it my main. I hate you. How much crystal missiles do you think you can tank for Mirror Container Anomaly before you have to start targeting them? In Mirror Container Anomaly, as long as you're a sync level 400, you can probably face tank all of them. If you look at the clear that I just did for fun, I didn't bother killing any of the crystal missiles because you can just face tank them. In hard campaign, though, you have to
When he become
iframe
president, the youngest one, history, making, Discord will be banned in America.
them. My god. Oh, that was funny. But yeah, so you never really target the crystals to destroy them. They're destroyable, but you never truly target them. What you do for clears in super high deficits is you iframe them. So when they're going to target a specific Nikke, you can just go to that Nikke, because you see them flying slowly towards that Nikke. You go to the Nikke and you iframe it. No comment, but you can revoke.
10763 gonna be better than Omni.
Oh my god. The memes never stop. The memes never freaking stop. Ooh. Hold on. How many? I have 9 custom modules now. Okay, chat. Should we gamba on a ammo line for Alice? I'll gamba only once, because I do want to save some rocks for the collab Nikkes. My god. That is the definition of grow up. Okay, let's gamba one line on Alice. Hopefully we get ammo. Okay, chat. Everyone prage. Double lock, Moncadillo. Yeah. I mean, do I want to roll away attack or elemental? No, I don't want to roll away either of those. Just buy the rocks. It's 100%. Okay, we're only gonna roll once, though. Charge speed? Wait. This could be... I mean, it's better than crit rate to have for sure. Wait a second. Because this... I'll grab it. Because this might allow me to... This allows me to just flat reroll this. And just try to fish for a better third line. The problem is that now I would need to double lock something else. I'll just skip it for now. 07 black line, useless CP. I mean, it's whatever, yeah. It doesn't allow me to get ammo elsewhere, but it also allows me to just full reroll this to get elemental and ammo, right? Like the central charge speed line, I don't need to care too much about it anymore. Because I have the charge speed here instead. So it allows me to just move away that line of charge speed. Now, what I could do is try to aim for the line of ammo here instead then. How many rolls have I done on this Alice piece here? On this one? Ooh, quite a few. But not with the double lock. My Alice has taken like hundreds of rocks at this point. Like probably 100 plus rocks. But like this would allow me to just full reroll this and try to get like third line elemental, third line attack, something like that. And just try to shift the lines around. Yo, Ada, how's it going? You're stuck at Sinister, you're new to the game. Can you pilot my account? Fuck it, Ada. Can I have a shout out for Mr. Ada? They'll be locking a first line. Yeah, but I already had third line. I already had third line elemental here before I did the double lock. Like, third line elemental was one of the first things that I had on this piece, so... What was that guy that I banned all about? He harassed a bunch of Nika streamers. And he thought that it was a good idea to try to bring that attitude over here. Yeah, it's that guy. Thanks for shouting out Mr. Ada here. He's the one who initially introduced you to my content. Wait, seriously? Oh, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Can you DM me the name again? Sure. Do you want me to just share ban list, Ada? That would be easier for both of us. But I can definitely... Hold on. Hold on. Ada. There we go. This was the Twitch one. But yeah, thanks a lot. I appreciate that. Ada top 10 soon, hopefully. Yeah, the ban list is quite simple. So what I will do is if you ever want to share ban lists with someone, you can go to Twitch. And there's like moderation tools. Let me see. There we go. Let me just send you a share ban info. Reacticate. You'll get a notification on your Twitch that I sent you a ban list to share the ban list with you. And once you accept it, basically... What's it called? Once you accept it, basically anyone that I have banned will be automatically in surveillance mode. Whoops. It will automatically be in surveillance mode, so he will not be able to like properly chat in your chat. Yeah. There you go. That makes it super easy. What most people don't know is that a lot of streamers share their ban list. So if you behave like a piece of shit and you get banned from their stream, you will basically be soft banned on everyone they shared ban lists with. And it's a way that we use to protect ourselves from, you know, all types of dipshits like that guy. So it doesn't matter how many accounts he makes. He's just going to be automatically banned on like half of EN streamers, which is really funny. But yeah, I'm happy that my content has has helped you, Kitra. But yeah, I'm thinking of I could leverage this charge speed line into being able to just full reroll this. That's kind of the play that I'm thinking of. Now, I would need to get the line of ammo either on central or top line, but I could try to leverage it to try to get on just flat rerolls, elemental and ammo or something. I could leverage that charge speed line. What it does mean, though, is that I will have to probably double lock here and aim for ammo here instead, since we got the charge speed here. This piece I'm not touching because I have all the stats that I want. I have ammo, I have elemental and charge speed. And on this one, I have elemental and attack and the charge speed line. So these two pieces, I'm essentially never going to touch again. I'm just never going to touch them again unless I want to get higher values. So now it's going to be a matter of upgrading the boots and the gloves. And the gloves are probably going to be one of the first ones that I'll target. Although I'm kind of tempted to try to get out of the way that third line of ammo here. Because if I get the third line of ammo here, so I will have one line of ammo here and I will have one line of ammo here. It means that I can more freely reroll this. And even if I lose the line of ammo temporarily, it won't matter because I will still be at 2 lines of ammo. Aren't you charge speed capped with just the 2 finished pieces, or are you trying to save some skill books? No. So with these 2 pieces at the top, I am already at the I'm above the threshold needed for instant charge speed Alice. This charge speed here on the gloves is completely unneeded now that I have this charge speed line over here. I have S1 level 10 because you need that, and I have burst at level 10, so it doesn't matter on that front. But would 2 blue ammo be enough on Alice? Yeah, okay, so the ideal Alice, like what I would personally consider the perfect 12 out of 12 Alice, is 4 lines of elemental. So that's 4 lines of elemental, 3 lines of ammo, 2 lines of charge speed, and the rest into attack. That's the ideal 12 out of 12 Alice, in my opinion. Daily reminder, GFL stamina. Oh, thanks a lot, yeah. Thanks for the reminder. We're going to go into GFL a little bit later. So that would be the ideal. And the reason why you want those 3 lines of ammo, preferably at around the 60 and above percent range, so like this and above, is because you're not always going to have the leisure to pair her with things like Crown Privity for infinite ammo. Crown Privity makes ammo completely irrelevant on Alice. But if you don't have that luxury, that extra ammo is going to make a huge difference when you're bursting with Alice to squeeze in more bullets. Yo, how's it going, King? How goes it? Pretty good. So the objective is going to be to get ammo here so that I would get 1, 2, and then 3 lines of ammo with this one. And then from there, try to get elemental and or attack. So this could become the base, the foundation. This line of charge speed that I got could become the foundation to get elemental, ammo, and attack. The 2 main lines that I'm going to fish for on this piece are ammo and elemental. But if I can get also attack, that would be like a 3 out of 3 on this. That would be flawless. I'm probably going to aim for ammo here. This is basically the foundation for a 12 out of 12 Alice, what I have here. Thanks to that line of charge speed, I now have the foundation for a 12 out of 12 Alice. That is it's actually feasible. Just get all black lines 12 out of 12. That would be crazy. That would be absolutely crazy. Yenny, you're just lucky, yeah. That is incredible luck on Yenny's side. Because, like, Yenny, you're, like, mostly free to play, right? As far as from what I remember, you're free to play, right? So some of your lines are absolutely insane luck. You spend so many rocks on Cindy. Dude, your Cindy is incredibly powerful. It's insane. He's fake free to play. Maybe he's a secret Leviathan, isn't he? Yanni the secret Leviathan. You know how you have a secret shopper? Like Yanni's just a secret Leviathan. He is fake, trust me. My god. Secretly buying all the rock packs and skill books as well. It's all making sense now, yeah. But yeah, so this line of charge speed is actually really insane to have, because now I have the foundation for double lock this, get ammo, and then just flat reroll this until I get what I need. Although it's going to be very pricey because... Okay, so this is going to be a lock for sure, because I have a tier what? On Elemental, that's a tier 9. Phase 9, what are the odds of increase? 8, 9, 10, 11... 12% odds of increasing the Elemental. I could try to go higher on the Elemental, but it's going to be a very marginal increase in terms of what's possible. I'm going to need to increase the attack, though, because 8.29 is a pretty low value. So probably going to eventually lock Elemental, try to get a little bit higher on the attack, and then try and get ammo in the central line. Once I have ammo here, I can just full reroll this completely freely. Oh, and at least you got blue lines. That's really lucky. You only need 4 rocks to get 12 out of 12 lines. Think about it. Can you imagine? The income is there. It's just your other units that will suffer. If the income is pretty bad, and yeah, of course the other units will suffer, but I now have the foundation, so that's kind of nice. I also want to work on my Cinderella eventually to get like an attack line here. The other pieces are kind of okay. Like, I don't care that much about the other pieces because they have like decent attack and elemental lines. So it's mostly this piece that I want to get like the attack line. You're not rolling anymore? You will do my OLs now. I mean, yeah, Yenny has really good luck with those lines. The other things that I want to fix are basically Red Hood, and Rappy Red Hood needs a lot of fixing. Rappy Red Hood needs a lot of work. Helm, I'm not too concerned. It's mostly skills that I want to increase. Like, for example, I want to increase this to level 10 to get the attack damage buff. To level 10. But, like, skill reset books cannot come any sooner, honestly. Have 4 attack, 4 elemental, 1 ammo on Red Hood. She's found for now. Yeah, that's a really good Red Hood. That's probably better than mine, honestly. My Red Hood has what? 1 attack, 1 elemental here. Although the value of the elemental could be higher. I could reset attributes for that. Attack and attack. The ammo black line is a little bit deceiving because I do want elemental. Attack elemental here and attack elemental here. So we have basically 3 attack, 3 elemental. Yeah, 4 attack, 3 elemental. I'm just missing 1 line of elemental to have quad ED. You need more elemental? It's 4, but it's something like 80%. I mean, at least it's something. Though I didn't get attack blue before elemental every time on Cindy. That's so lucky, holy shit. Just getting that is really lucky. The other one that I want to increase is kind of my snow. Because I am very close to reaching some of the thresholds for ultra kill. I'm very close to Kraken kill, and I am very close to some of the minimum thresholds for a ultra kill on anomaly interception. The thresholds are very interesting, though. You need to basically get like stage 5 before the second core spawns, from what I remember. I'm really, really close. Good thing it's an easy reroll, yeah. You want to reroll your OL for Rappy, but you decided to OL D-Killer, Wife, and Maddie for the rest, for the last solo raid and got good third line rolls. Damn. Oh yeah, you finally have the killer wife, don't you? That's really funny. So the meme is dead for you now, isn't it? The meme is finally dead for you. The killer wife meme. Oh shit! Oh my god, that was bad. That was really bad. But yeah. You can get memed for maids now. You skip them. I mean, the maids were kind of one of those that if you didn't have the resources, you basically were kind of forced to skip. Oh, that was bad. I released too soon. I released way too soon. Can I get away with... Yeah, I'm really close. It's stage 4 before the core spawns, from what I remember. If I can hit stage 4 before the core respawns, it will be tankier and I will be able to do more damage. Mirror Container 3334 new boss. Oh my god. Can you imagine if we get round 2 of Mirror Container with the next campaign that comes out? That would be so fucking disgusting. Yeah, 4 or 5 accounts with dual maids because what the hell was I gonna pull? True. That is true. May you get Miranda favorite item, you'll be able to one-shot it. No, Ultra is impossible to one-shot. Unless we get some ridiculous power creep, the numbers are never gonna be there. But I'm definitely gonna be able to have like, I'm really close to that threshold specifically. Now that threshold alone is not enough to kill Ultra, but it definitely gets me very close to very close to it. Mirror Container 2, but with Mother Whale shielded ads. Okay, no. I'll pitch you guys a boss. Mother Whale, but no side ports. Everything else is the exact same as the usual Mother Whale, and it has to be in hard campaign as a boss. But no side ports. Yanni knows exactly what will happen. Yanni knows exactly what will happen if that becomes a reality. What is wrong with you? The only reason Mother Whale is not an obnoxious piece of like, even worse of an obnoxious piece of shit is because it has the side ports. No core, no ports. Yeah, exactly. You would need like sync level 800 to clear it. It would be so bad. Yeah, Mother Whale, no core, no ports. You guys gotta remember that at a deficit, like for the record clears that we were doing at the time, Ada, Yanni, Tuni, and I, if there were no side ports, we would have needed at least 100+ sync levels just to have a chance at it. You would need blue CP. It would be so insane. Mother Whale with side ports, but with Gravedigger movement. Now, the thing is, if you have side ports, you have a chance to kill them one way or another. And you only need to kill 8 side ports to be able to kill Mother Whale. And that's what makes her killable in a hard campaign push when you're at high deficits. It's the side ports. But if there's no core and no side ports, it's a coreless sponge fight with no parts and no pierce that has ridiculously high defense and stupidly high HP. Like, it would be one of the most disgusting fights ever. It would be like one of the most disgusting fights you would ever see. It would be so bad. It would be so freaking bad. Like, if you want to talk like toxic design as well, Mother Whale, no parts, 80% speed run, devs take notes. Personally, I still believe that the most toxic boss designs in Nikke are still the early bosses. Blacksmith, disgusting piece of shit in terms of design. Sinister, Bowtie, Cocytus, all of those are disgusting pieces of shit in terms of design. Harvester is actually pretty disgusting too. Because once you scale those pieces of shit up, they become so gross to fight. Rebuild Cucumber would be the problematic one. But, like, a lot of the early bosses in terms of design are ridiculous. Chatterbro technically can be really gross too to fight. Unless it's Chapter 16 Hard Mode Cocytus, that one is good, yeah. I still can't get over the fact that the devs let that slip. So for those who don't know, Chapter 16 Hard Mode Cocytus has this little thing where the devs fucked up, so it has the same values of HP and everything as normal mode Cocytus. So you could go in with a random bullshit weak team and still one-shot him. Moldbringer. Oh yeah, Moldbringer is also pretty horrendous design. I mean, technically, a really beefed up, scaled up Land Eater can be really disgusting to fight. Like a really, really beefed up Land Eater can be quite a problem. But not as problematic as, say, a really beefed up Blacksmith. I wonder how many people remember Solo Raid Blacksmith, honestly. I wonder how many people got to experience the fun that Solo Raid Blacksmith used to be. Land Eater makes like 50 meteors and you only win because you kill him before they land. That's kind of the thing, isn't it? It's like, a lot of these bosses, when they get beefed up, they become OG Blacksmith. I don't want to remember that piece of shit, thanks. Diesel Stonks. It was basically Diesel Stonks, honestly. Like, you basically had Diesel Stonks the entire time. Because the very, very, very OG Blacksmith was a RNG fiesta. Like, a crazy RNG fiesta. Crazy, crazy RNG fiesta. You had the gun RNG, you had the laser RNG, you had, like, to some extent, the grab RNG. It was pretty bad. Blacksmith, when you played on JP back then, being the reason you lose sleep. My god, I can imagine. I can easily imagine that, Ruby. I recently fought Blacksmith in Tower, and I got reminded of how much early boss game design kind of goes through because it's early bosses, so they're not all that strong. But when they get beefed up, like when they get beefed up, they actually can become a problem. Like here, floor 710 on Tribe Tower, I recently had that. That Blacksmith was significantly harder than Runway. Runway, you kind of just brain AFK and kill it. Blacksmith could just randomly one-tap one of your Nikas at any point in time with the gun RNG. No, Blacksmith still randomly targets, like OG Blacksmith still randomly targets with its guns. I experienced that recently on floor 710. The one you're thinking of that always targets the highest attack Nikke is Cumsmith, as we call him, the Whitesmith. The one from the near collab. But holy fuck, like I recently did the 710. It was not like hard, but the random targeting of the guns made me reset a couple of times. Because just randomly one of my Nikkas would just and die. Just like that. I could clear this if I just had the motivation, but I don't. The frame rate drops pisses me off. Sweet dreams are made of this. Yeah, I love that song. That's why it's in my playlist. Oh my god. I didn't know that I had that game in my wish list. I just got an email chat from Steam. A game that I have on my wish list is on sale. The name of the game is, yeah, you want those games right, so here you go, now let's see you clear them. That's the name of the stupid-ass game. No, not Bunny Garden. Such. Bunny Garden is an entirely different thing. Who am I to disagree? I love that song so much. Eurythmics did a really good decision of going with Annie Lennox. No, I haven't played Bunny Garden. I know of it because I have friends that have played it, but I haven't played it myself. I think Kyle also recommended it to me a while ago, but I haven't played it. It's pretty good. Why am I not surprised? I mean, we ended up playing... I almost went with Bunny Garden for my birthday subathon. I ended up going with 5 Hearts Under One Roof because it looked significantly more memeable. And I was kind of right. Like, honestly, 5 Hearts Under One Roof was so much more memeable. Like, let me show you guys. I have a clip somewhere in here. I'm pretty sure I have, like, a clip. Yeah. Do you guys remember Sausage Man? Who remembers Sausage Man? Oh, thanks a lot for the lyrical, Camille. Who remembers Sausage Man? That was so funny. Oh god, not him. We ended up romancing him. Like, yes, accept the sausages. The achievement you get from this is so funny too. Like, they really didn't hold back. Kiss for Sausage Man, exactly. How's it going, Sociodax? Like, look at that. And the achievement you get is so funny. At first, he was an older brother, then he became a weird one, and now... Gay. It was so on the nose. The achievement were just pure memes. It's so amazing. I love that. You ate his sausage. Oh, I fucking love the Sausage Man. It was so fun. It was like pure funny memes. I love it. Huh, gay? It was so on the nose. I love it. Like, man, Sausage Man is a real one. A lot of the achievements were just pure memes. And what was really disturbingly funny was the fact that a bunch of my viewers knew the Instagrams of all of the girls of the game. Like the actual real life Instagrams of the girls that played the different role, like the different capture targets. Like, I think, like, yeah, some of my viewers just knew the Instagrams of all of them. I was like, okay. Sus. Actual experts. Jorking experts, basically. It was really funny. I was like, wait, what? Yeah, Ragna, I think you know like a bunch of their high GPS meter. Your friend played one of those games, and he thought one of the girls was cute. So you dropped her Insta, a fucking course. That you still need the office lady. I like the office lady. The thing about Ragnar, right, is that he drops Instagrams, but you never know if it's gonna be a femboy or not. What do you think the next cube will be? I'm kind of hoping for an attack speed cube. There are 3 cubes that I would really love to see in the game. I would love to see a ammo nerfing cube. Like a cube that nerfs your ammo. Kind of like a reverse Bastion. That would be amazing. If they make a reverse Bastion, it would be so good. Like, can you guys imagine, like, every few bullets that you fire, you nerf your ammo by an additional number of bullets? That would help Dorothy so much because she would not depend on Privity for her to be viable, right? Like, a reverse Bastion would be amazing. The other one that I would like to see would be, yeah, attack speed cube could kind of break the game, but I would love to see an attack speed cube. And the last one that I would love to see would be a cooldown reduction cube. Those would be like the 3 most useful and amazing cubes they could ever hope to add. And the number 1 cube I want to see added is actually the ammo nerfing cube. Like a reverse Bastion cube. That would be so good. Yo, Ruffy, how's it going? Reverse Bastion consume more ammo to fire multiple shots at once? Not even. Just like how Bastion works, right? So let's say every 10 rounds that you fire, reduce your ammo by 3 rounds. Just that would be enough for me. It would be an amazing cube. Because the problem is that the only source of ammo nerfing we have in the game at the moment is Privity. Like, it's not even like fire multiple shots at once. That would be even more broken. I would love it. But just the ability that, let's say, every 10 shots that you fire, you reduce your ammo by 3, your ammo count by 3. That would be amazing. Because it would bring back Dorothy into the meta to some extent. I wouldn't say it would completely bring her back, but it would make her less, it would make her not have to rely on, what's her face, on Privity to work. It would also allow things like Summer and Nice to proc more often. Like, all of the last bullet Nikas would love that cube, essentially. All of the Nikas that rely on last bullet procs would love that cube. Modernia, my joke to you. Can't invest time investing in Cocklick because you have nothing else to invest in. You really feel like Mew now? Oh my god. 2 shots at once would make Biscar and Alice Privity go fucking OP. Yeah, it would be a little bit too much. Best we can do is defense percentage up when HP is 20% or under. Oh my god, can you imagine that? SNEs doesn't need it if you burst. Yes and no, Piker. Because, yeah, she nerfs her ammo, but how about she just permanently nerfs her ammo? You know? Like, instead of just having very high uptime on her S2 during burst, it would just be permanent. Because reverse Bastion. I mean, I wouldn't say no to that, right? Because the reload speed, you can just get it from other sources and from herself as well. But it's not even so much for Summer and Nice as it is more for Nikas like Dorothy that rely far more on the less bullet procs, and they have no way of nerfing their own ammo. Because if they release more Nikas like Dorothy that have no way of nerfing their own ammo, but that still have like less bullet mechanics that are core to their kit, it's gonna suck. So I would just love to have something like that, because either they have to release more Nikas like Privity, which might just make her disappear from the meta. Because she's the only one that does this, by the way, as far as I know. Ammo reduction by 50%. A reverse Bastion would basically be the equivalent of a 43% ammo reduction. I think it'd be neat to have a 2 times ammo consumed to gain 10% more standard attack damage or something like that. That would also be really cool, actually. Yeah, Ruffy. Now that you mention it, that would also be really cool. A cube that doubles ammo consumption, but in return increases the attack damage or the attack of the Nikke. It would be a net benefit for last ammo Nikkas, but you could even run it as a high risk, high reward type of thing on some other Nikkas. Or run it on infinite ammo comps. That would be pretty cool. Last bullet mechanic is creative design. I agree with you. I actually love the last bullet mechanic. Because it forces you, it makes you be more creative as well. Like, it's creative design, but it forces you to be more creative with how you handle your Nikkas because you want to have that proc. I really love that design. A gun overclocking cube, so to speak. That would be pretty sick, actually. V3QJ, he tried, but he the game said cope. At least I'm not the only one, huh? But yeah, like, those would be like my top 3 cubes. A cooldown reduction cube would be really nice if it could allow you to, for example, have the option to use some more B1s or B2s more flexibly. Like, the ability of separating to some extent from cooldown reduction Nikkas that are so key to the meta and shift the priority to other Nikkas like, say, Exia, right? If you had a cube that gave some amount of cooldown reduction that is just relevant enough, you could shift the meta quite a bit by having that. You could also break the game entirely. So that's why I'm very cautious with that. Because any game that messes with cooldown reduction, any unit that messes with cooldown reduction, is a unit that has the possibility of breaking the game, period. Anyone that has played League of Legends knows exactly what I mean when I say that a unit that messes with cooldown reduction can break the game. Say hello to Rise and his 12 billion reworks. Right? A cube that decreases the burst level of your Nikke by 1. Wait, what? You mean the type of burst, like going from burst 3 to burst 1 or something? Machine gun Rise go brr. Can you stop with the PTSD tonight? That would also be a cool idea, actually. That could actually be a cool idea. Exia has potential, but is held back by her lack of CDR. Exia is held back by her own lack of cooldown reduction, or the fact that we don't have good enough cooldown reduction Nikkes on the burst 2 slot. On the burst 2 slot, we only have Dola and Helm. Dola is Copium, Helm is only useful for Iron Week. So that's kind of holding her back. If they make a very good meta buffer on the burst 2 slot that has cooldown reduction, Exia will immediately see more play on the electric team. If they make like a burst 2 cooldown reduction, even like last bullet Nikke or something, like a cooldown reduction Nikke on the burst 2 slot, that is like very good, Exia would immediately see play. Hear me out, CDR on B3. That would break the game and it would be amazing. Like, cooldown reduction on the burst 3 slot would be so good. It would open up so many doors to have a burst 3 cooldown reduction. So many doors. And hear me out even more. They could even go a few steps further if you want to really go into game-breaking effects. Another effect that we don't see often enough is the reduction of the full burst duration. So Isabel is one of those. Full burst time reduced by 5 seconds. If Isabel had this effect not tied to her burst, but to her S1 or her S2, she would have seen so much more play back in the day. Like, if they had shifted the damage taken debuff and the full burst time reduction to her S1 instead, or her S2, and put like a different effect here, she would have seen so much more play as an off-burst supporter. And yeah, like an Isabel type comp. Now, if they ever make a treasure for Isabel, I would hope that they make her like cooldown reduction Nikke, or make her full burst time duration reduction, like shift it elsewhere or something. Or, you know, make it worthwhile. The reason why it would go so hard if they had moved that elsewhere is because you gotta think like this. You would get so many more rotations on Alice Burst, or on Nikkes that spike on Burst. You would get so many more rotations that it's insane. Does B2 CDR not inherently suck? I think of Tia into leader, you have to wait 5 seconds with leader CD up, because it doesn't apply retroactively. B2 CDR is not so much of a problem. I could showcase that with like Helm and the like. It doesn't exactly suck because we have used those comps in the past, actually. It's not that bad. The problem is that because Exia herself doesn't have cooldown reduction, you would want to put the cooldown reduction on the B2 slot. But yeah, Isabel type comps. Isabel's treasure is the commander's head in a box. Can you imagine that? Now, that would make her go even crazier. But I would love to see like more, like a B3 that reduces the full burst duration and also those cooldown reduction by a similar amount. That would be amazing. Like, let's say your full burst duration is reduced by 5 seconds, but you also get 5 seconds of cooldown reduction. Or something like that. That would be so good. Prop head that looks too realistic and gives her a pure attack buff. That would be so funny. That would be actually so funny. Also, how's it going, Arthur? That would be so funny. But yeah, there are so many options. Like, I kind of wish they had leaned more into this full burst time reduction. That at first glance could seem like a negative. They could lean into that more. But yeah, I would love to see more of that too. B3 cooldown reduction would go so hard. Better B2 cooldown reductions will also go pretty hard. You, for one, would also like to see the likes of Isabel and Vesti provide cooldown reduction in addition to the burst duration of reduction. Yeah, that would be so good. 5-second full burst would make supports with 5-second buff so strong. It would also allow some crazy shenanigans. Because what you gotta imagine, right, is that, okay. Chat, I want you guys to check something. I'm gonna cut off the heating real quick, though. Hold on. I'll be back in 2 seconds, because it's actually making me dizzy. Here's the really funny thing about reducing the timer of your full bursts by, for example, 5 seconds, but getting like CDR in compensation or something. I want you guys to check how quickly I can enter full burst on bosses like Ultra. Just check the timer. Like, you guys will understand immediately what I mean by that. Because let's say you have a 10-second buffer, but you can reduce your full burst timer into 5 seconds. There you go. That's how quickly I enter full burst. And it's not because of Helm. I can enter burst this quickly on Ultra even without Helm. So, in some boss fights and with some comps, you can rotate your bursts within like 2 seconds. The only limiting factor is quite literally cooldown reduction. There we go. Literally within 1 to 2 seconds. So what I'm getting at here, if you have a 5-second full burst duration, but you use 10-second buffers, you could loop back your bursts so quickly that the bursts from buffing remain almost perma uptime. SBS, Ali, Alice, Red Rappy, Cinderella, and Red Hood all spike in DPS during their burst. Imagine having 5 seconds less downtime in between each of their bursts. Yeah, exactly. That's what I call spike nickers, actually, personally. That's my that's a term that that I personally call them by. I call them spike nickers because they spike during their burst, and that's where most of their damage comes from. And that's why those type of nickers really benefit a lot from cooldown reduction and rotating faster with things like Grey, for example, as well. Yeah, we're exactly on the same page on that one, Ruffy. It's amazing. Think your phone stopwatch broke because it stopped at 0.4 when you got to burst? Wait, seriously? No shot. But yeah, that's the idea, is that you can rotate so quickly. And if you have like 10-second buffs, you could rotate so fast that you can permanently keep those buffs up. And you'll keep rotating those big spikes of damage continuously. It would be game breaking for sure. It would absolutely be game breaking, so I doubt that we would ever see that. But I would love to at least see some nickers that can provide that they lean more into that design a little bit, into comps that want to exit full burst sooner, and make like good nickers that allow you to open up that door in team composition. Because it would be so interesting. It would be so fun. Like, you're just rotating your bursts over and over and over. Like, you have a B1 cooldown reduction, you have a B2 cooldown reduction that is good. And then you have like this B3 Nikke that provides like very good off-burst damage buffs. On top of providing that reduction on the full burst timer. And then you use that to just rotate your bursts as quickly as possible. To have like that permanent chain loop. That would be so much fun. Calm down with the Earth thoughts, sir. It kind of does seem like Nikke Earth, doesn't it? Now that you mention it, it does feel like Earth. But it would be so fun. Less than a second burst is nuts. More kits that revolve around that concept sound like fun. Like, the main limiting factor at the moment for some comps is cooldown reduction, or the fact that full burst lasts 10 seconds. That's kind of the limiting factor for some nickers. So again, if I go back to Ultra, right? But like it could be too strong for certain comps for sure. But it would be, you could make it in a way that is interesting, fun, and still somewhat balanced. Right. Because you can rotate very, very quickly. Like, okay, let's just get past the first burst real quick. So now we're gonna have the core pop back in. And we're already back into full burst. Right. Now, because I didn't get stage 4 before the core spawned, it kind of is almost broken. But you can generate bursts so quickly. That's like the fun aspect of these type of comps. And the idea that you could rotate even faster could make for some really interesting design. Like Yami put it, it's like Earth, but in Nikkei. And that could make some really fun stuff. And even if it wasn't from Nikkei's, if they had designed overclock, like simulation room overclock buffs around those type of ideas, it would have been so much more interesting. Like, can you imagine the type of madness you could create if simulation room overclock buffs were things like, you know, every time you burst, you reduce your cooldowns by 3 seconds, or if every time you shoot like a certain amount of bullets, or like reduction of full burst duration, or like a lot of those really crazy type of effects, you could just straight up, like, if you don't want to make broken Nikes around those concepts, which would be really fun, honestly, which would be really, really fun to play, you could at least make them, bake them into buffs in overclock and make it a little bit more roguelike and more fun. Because for Overclock Infinite, that could have been the idea. Overclock. Like, there's still so much design space to explore in this game that is crazy. Like, there's so much design space. Attack speed as a concept is also interesting. Reading the expansion keys for GFL2 to prepare shit, and the stuff you're reading in WoW completely shares the skills of most units, yeah. Like, that's the fun. Like, those expansion keys are like treasures for Nikes. You just want a super buff when you burst somewhere a mother whale dies. That would be really funny. Also, they could lean more as well into Nikke's design like Snow White. Like, Snow White being the only one that has like that level of like one-hit wonder makes her unique, yeah, but I kind of want to see more of that too. Can you guys imagine if they design, like, another piece of design that I want them to lean more into is Enmity. For those who don't play Grand Blue Fantasy or have not been on one of the streams where I mentioned this, Enmity is a design where the lower HP a character is, the more effects and more damage the character does. Kind of like a berserker mechanic. I feel they haven't leaned into that concept enough, and you could make some really interesting shit happen. One extra command for Macchiato, that would be crazy. That goes crazy. But, like, imagine, like, I thought they would make that with Grave, for example. That they would make her a B3 that does something like Snow White, like a big fuck-off shot. And the lower HP she is, the more that big fuck-off shot does. Like, the higher the ratio or something it would be. That would have been such a cool thing. Not that I don't like the current Grave thing with the infinite ammo 100% crit chance. But I thought that they would do something like that for Grave originally.
輝いて美しい私のために
Wish they made some efforts for the spam burst gameplay Isabel Mihara have. It feels so like a bad idea that got forgotten. Yeah, exactly. The not using the coffin pisses you off the most. It would have been so cool. Like, it would be a high risk, high reward type of gameplay where you want to lower your HP by a lot so that the big shot does the most damage possible. A power up for the original Scarlet that gives her an office increased potential to the lost health. Yeah, that's like the guillotine as well. It's enmity. Now for OG Scarlet, it was for OG Scarlet the power up that is gained through enmity is very minimal, which is kind of a shame. It's just extra crit damage continuously, which is barely there, honestly. And the crit rate, like these are barely noticeable. That's why healing Scarlet is not a problem. But things like guillotine are more impactful, right? Like if your guillotine is not permanently at like 1 HP, you're kind of griefing your guillotine, right? Because of the huge amount of attack buff that she gains for every percent of HP loss. Like they could lean into some of these mechanics that seem to be completely forgotten. That would make the game so much more interesting to play. Olaf cold, he agrees. Yeah, it's the Berserker mechanic. Like, Olaf has an enmity mechanic as well. Yeah, exactly. More attack speed, more damage, and he leeches back up as well. There's so much you could do that is so interesting. I would rather have that than some of the latest, like, B3 Nikkes. Like, okay, full burst duration extension is also an interesting design, I gotta say. Train the mains Doko. I mean, if you're a train the main, it depends on which type you are. Are you an AP train the main or are you an AD train the main? That changes a lot of things. That changes up a lot of things. Like, the idea of the calling card with Phantom was interesting, for example. What I don't like is that half of her kit goes offline when she goes into pure single target. What if you're both? Oh, that would be amazing. What if you're both? AP and AD Tryndamere main. Holy shit. Then you're the true chosen one Tryndamere main. The hat or the sword. Fucking amazing. The fact that League of Legends memes are just leaking into Nikke is amazing. But like, for example, with Phantom, what the idea was nice, the execution was not so nice. Because you're not gonna really use her in single target. Like, you're never gonna use her in pure single target. And you're never gonna really use her in AoE scenarios as well. Because her entire kit kind of contradicts itself. And that's her main issue. The kit kind of goes counter to what the core like design behind Nikke encounters is. Which is kind of a shame. The idea originally was nice. If there is a better way to increase her stacks and everything, she could have been so much greater. Phantom could work on parts too, would make her more viable on some bosses. Yeah, exactly. Like, her main issue is that identity crisis that she has, where everything kind of runs counter to how Nikke actually functions. What I mean by Phantom's kit runs counter to how Nikke actually functions as a game is that Nikke is not a game where you're going to spread damage equally across all things. Like, this idea of the spray and pray that Phantom does only really worked in Material H specifically because of the way the fight was designed. But realistically speaking, in Nikke, what you're going to do is you're going to choose a priority target. If you have like multiple raptors on the field, you're going to choose priority targets and kill down those priority targets because those are the dangerous ones that you want to kill. And you want to kill them before they shoot you. And afterwards, you start clearing like the rest. You're never going to really like spray and pray and hit everything. You're going to want to like kill those priority targets, which goes already counter to Phantom's kit. And when it comes to boss fighting, where you're going to kill that priority target, like you're going to go even further into priority target. If the boss spawns raptors, you're going to kill the dangerous raptors and then focus on the boss. And if you have a single boss, well, you're going to be focusing down the boss, right? You say it like it's like it applies. It's unique to Nikke. No, I'm not saying that it's unique to Nikke. I'm saying that Nikke is the way the fights go in Nikke. You're very, very, very incentivized to target priority targets first. It's not a unique concept because when I'm talking about priority targets, it's already something that I already did in World of Warcraft. Running both AP and AD was the main highlight of your day, seeing players explode. If there is a single boss, we'll be focusing down the boss. What if the boss is married? Honestly, that's another area that they could explore more. Dual bosses that you have to kill, like you have to kill multiple bosses on the screen. That would be really cool too. You're going to bring World of Warcraft as well, yeah. If you've played any form of World of Warcraft content, the concept of priority targets is something that is already deeply ingrained in your mind. And Nikke is one of those as well. But there are other games where all of the mobs are kind of like equally as dangerous or not dangerous, so you kind of just want to explode everything. But in the case of Nikke, you absolutely want to focus down thing by thing in priorities. Bro, Shifter can't make a single boss without having half of his body off screen, and you want a second one at once. It would be so cool to have like twin bosses though. Like a two-headed snake boss where each head has like an independent HP bar. And if you kill one of the heads, the other one enrages and does like 3 times the damage or something. I know that this sounds like something straight out of World of Warcraft, but that would be really fun. Like that sounds like something that could be fun, right? Like that type of boss. Where you have like to balance out like 2 HP bars and shit like that. GFL2 has Yohi, FF14 has Alahi. You think games where everything is equally dangerous are outliers? You're always going to have a reason to want to kill one thing over something else, even if that if it's just that your cursor is over it. That's true. That is very true. But the thing is, Phantom's kit design would be ideal for those type of games where you don't care what you're targeting as long as you just hit a bunch of things. So it really goes into that idea. What I'm saying is that her kit is very ill-suited for Nikke because the spray and pray kind of thing is not a reality in daily Nikke stuff. And for the stacking that she does and everything. So her entire kit was built around an idea that is not the reality of the Nikke gameplay. That is just straight up not the reality. Because to be able to get these procs, you would need to kind of hit like a bunch of things kind of equally. As someone who has played single-player FPS games like Halo, Borderlands, and Half-Life, I have been heavily immersed in the priority targeting experience. Yeah, it's like it's not unique to World of Warcraft or Nikke. Exactly, Ruffy. Like, priority targeting is something that is core to a lot of games. So when you have a kit that is kind of built around that idea of you gotta hit, like, a bunch of things, but not exactly, like, kill it, or you're just going to kill them kind of equally, instead of, focusing down one by one or whatever, it runs counter to that fight design philosophy that you're used to encountering, and as a result, the kit is not very good. In part because of that. Unless the ratios are completely out of whack in terms of tuning, you have no reason to be incentivized to do that. Because the optimal play is to kill the priority targets. And to kill the priority targets, you have to kind of focus fire on them. The only way this would reward you for not focusing as hard on the priority targets would be if the brand that you put on the priority target explodes harder the more units you hit, and the explosion would be hard enough that it would be a benefit to do so. And that's like the big issue about Phantom's design. When it came to the solo raids specifically that we just came across, she got away with that kit design because you would kind of spray those raptures and explode it and then go back with those stacks into the boss. But that's like a giga outlier as far as the game goes. The kit doesn't work because it has damage attached to hitting multiple things. It was a debuff instead of damage. It would be a different story. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Or if it was a... Think of like a Z brand type of thing. Wait, are we getting an ad break already? Oh my god. Okay. I'll continue the talk in a second. I'll just put you guys the words on stream game. And I'll go grab some more water and stuff, and I'll be right back. Because I've been talking a lot. Let's see if it loads. Also, this is no longer needed, so I'll just remove it. I'll be back with you guys in a second. I just need to close my windows. There we go. Should be back. Can you guys hear me? Yes, you should be able to hear me. What's he doing to the windows? Just closing them. We are back. Because I went for a quick smoke as well while I was taking a break. Remember to unmute. No, I this time I just muted the microphone alone. But yeah. Lyra, you were asking if they have ever reworked Nikiz. Smoking is bad for your health. I know. Do as I say, not as I do. Do as I say, not as I do. But yeah, there have been, like, treasures are kind of like mini reworks to Nikiz, but the problem with that system is that it's not very viable because they keep releasing Nikiz with not so good kits at a breakneck pace, right? Smoge. Yeah, Smoge. Do as I say, not as I do. But like that's like the issues with some of those kits, right? Is that they have like kits that are not tied to the reality. Now the treasures are like a pseudo rework, yeah. They have never fully reworked a Nikke, and I don't think they ever will. Like, I don't think there's any plans on their side to ever do that. Even though it would just, like, some Nikkes just need a flat-out rework because they don't stick to the reality of the gameplay. Like, I mean, Braid, you could buff her ratios and you could, like, make her full HP gimmick not be, like, just full HP. But in the case of some other Nikkes, their kits are so downright horrendous and don't stick to the reality of the game that you have no reason to run them ever. Who said Crow? I mean, Crow, yeah, like, Crow is a good example of that, but there is a lot of Nikkes. Like, if you're going to make, like, a Burst 2 or Burst 1 cooldown with 40 seconds cooldown Nikke, it better have such an insane effect that it warrants being able to run her. Otherwise, you're sacking a thingy. You'll finally get sued by that guy who really, really wants his mask to get stunned for some gimmicky comp if Anchor isn't there. Yeah. Solin skill 1 fix when... Oh yeah, the Solin skill 1. Holy shit. There's so many examples. I mean, true damage is, for example, one of those things that I don't want them to go into. Like, I've talked about it multiple times. One of my friends that plays Millennium War Aegis will tell you stories about that as well. After 40 basic attacks, attack speed, like, this could be such a good one if it was a little bit better. 40 basic attacks go decently fast on a double SMG, but they could make it better, for sure. Yeah, if they decouple fire rate from frames per second somehow. The thing is, because the game... So this is something that we discovered when we were doing some tests, is that Nikke's... like, I don't know if Yami is still here, but Nikke's entire timeline, like in-game, is tied to frames. So instead of doing frames per second, it's seconds per frame. The way the game calculates a lot of things in terms of time and everything. So this is why you see things like bosses that transition based on frame rate as well. Mirror Container is like one of the biggest and most common examples that we go into when we talk about these things. If you play Mirror Container on 30 frames per second, it will transition later than if you play it on perfect 60 frames per second. True damage meta would be the worst thing to ever happen to the game, because for true damage meta to actually work in any game, in any capacity, it would mean that everything got so beefy and tanky that physical damage, magic damage, whatever type of damage you want to call it, gets reduced so much that true damage goes above it. You never want to make a game where baseline true damage does more damage than the main damage type. So let's imagine that all Nikkes do physical damage. The only two ways for true damage to be higher than the physical damage would be if either permanently the ratios of true damage are always consistently higher, which in which case, why even bother making physical damage Nikes? And the other case is if the defense goes so high that physical damage gets neutered enough that true damage takes the lead. And in either scenarios, it's so miserable that you don't want to have that, ever. Like some kind of bullet dithering, yeah. You can count between frames, but you cannot show anything between frames. Pretty much. I've been chatting a lot, so I needed some water. So don't tell me about true damage in Arknights. I know true damage in Arknights as well. But it's still a miserable experience. Like, if true damage becomes a true meta in any game, it becomes incredibly miserable. Raise your hand here if you remember what Cinder Hulk meta was like in League of Legends. Like, raise your hand if you remember that motherfucking mess of a meta. When Cinder Hulk can just tank items were the meta for League of Legends for like half a season or something. Because holy fuck, like back then, Vayne was meta, not because she was like ridiculously powerful or anything, just because she was the only motherfucker that could do damage to anything at all. Raise his hand. Imagine playing League of Legends. Now everything has 3 damage somewhere in League of Legends. Yeah, but that's the... What season? Pause, Catito. It was like pre-season 6. If I'm not mistaken, Cinder Hulk meta was like completely degenerate back when I played in pre-season 6 to early season 6 or something. Where you would have shit like Titanic Hydra, Deadman's Plate, Cinder Hulk. Like even your top laner would go jungle item to get Cinder Hulk and then go like Deadman's Plate into Titanic Hydra. Like that type of shit. Okay, I'm not that old, Smooch. Fuck off, Yanni. There's probably like more recent examples of it. It's just that I haven't played League of Legends since like pre-season 6. They had to buff everything to make it balanced. Yeah. Like, that's the thing. It's a miserable experience if true damage becomes meta. And in Nikke, I believe it was pre-season 6 when time was the build caused an outrage. Yeah, I quit League of Legends because of it. Like, I'm not even gonna joke. 200 years, Smoj, yeah. You barely started when Assassin got reworked. Yeah, I played from season 1 to pre-season 6, pretty much. League of Legends. But to translate that into Nikke terms, imagine if every boss was Mirror Container. Like, for true damage to be meta, imagine if every boss was Mirror Container type of gimmick, and in campaign, it would mean that every fucking Rapture is a barbell. Like, can you guys just picture how miserable of an experience it would be? If every Rapture was basically a barbell in terms of defense, and every boss was like a Mirror Container in terms of defense? Like, how much of a miserable experience that would be? That's why I don't want them to lean into that, like, at all. There's so many other more interesting things. And also, if we're talking reworks, like, rework Julia, we all know that crit rate and crit damage is so diluted that it's worthless. So when you have a selfish damage dealer that that builds mostly crit rate and crit damage, she's a prime example of a Nikke that desperately needs a rework, or a rework to the damage formula to some capacity. Like anti-crit damage from core damage and all the other diluting factors. You hate barbels? You get what I mean. Holy shit. You might have already encountered a barbel without even noticing, Kitra. Barbels are... Yanni, did you publish a video of the node before Crystal Chamber? I think you posted a video of that, right? Because I'm not in the habit of posting my clears on hard campaign push, because I don't think they're all that interesting, to be honest. At least mine. People that push record clears are always interesting to watch, but I'm not like in the record like rank 1 clears for that type of stuff. But I think Yanni has a video on it, right? Let me see if I can find it. But yeah, barbels are like people rope territory. They're fucking obnoxious little shits. Was it 30 something? I think it was like 3029, wasn't it? Yeah, 3029 I think it was. Or 3232. Did you post that one? You have 32, 33, which is no, I think 30, 29 has a barbell, so we can use that as an example. You think it's 31, 35? I think it was this one, right? Oh no, this is not the correct one. Indeed, it is not the correct one. You said 31, 35? Yeah, 31, 35. Yeah, there we go. You were right, Yeti. So, this raptor over here, the raptor on the right. Let me just wait for Yanni to finish doing this. I'll just fast forward a little bit. You see this raptor here on the right? I don't know if you guys can see my cursor. Like right on the right of Yanni's cursor. You blue CP that stage. No shot. Like, you see this raptor here. That's what we call a barbel. Those raptors are ridiculously high defense. So they're very difficult to kill. See? Like, even with a full charge Maxwell with, like, buffs and everything. Like, look at how much damage the mod is doing. It's so high defense that it's very hard to kill. Now, if every raptor had something like that, it would be so disgusting. Especially if it's like a masterclass barbel raptor. Like, those things are... You're never killing one of those. Often you saw barbel when you were pushing lower or campaign encounter barbel and just took time to break. It was, like, so bad. And that stage has a bug where the boss can shoot through the cover. Oh, yeah, that's true. I almost forgot about that. I almost forgot about that stupid thing. The floor on Tetra Tower you're stuck on has a barbel as a stage boss accompanied by 3 glasses. You're still stuck in it. Yeah, like, those things are... those things are so disgusting. Sounds like a good stage for Tia. Like, that's the thing about barbel raptors. And as a whole, if they started making a lot of stages with, like, that level of ridiculous high defense raptors, it would be a miserable experience because... then true damage would become meta. Like, you would actually start looking into more ways to have true damage. Like, one way or another. If they're like that level of tankiness where true damage overtakes, you're just gonna start doing that. And it's not a good game experience for anyone. Gotta use Ein Badge, basically. Basically. Like, our current true damage sources are, like, kind of limited to Laplace, Ein, fucking, what's her name? Clay. Like, we don't have that many true damage sources, but it's a blessing in disguise that we don't have a lot of them. It really, and Freema as well, that is true. Freema Treasure, that is true. You want true damage as a tactic, not as a meta. That I can get behind, Ruffy. That I can absolutely get behind. True damage as a tech is fine. True damage as a meta is absolutely not fine. Because otherwise it becomes the most miserable experience ever. Like, absolutely the most miserable experience ever. The other thing that is kind of... It's not an issue in itself, but it's kind of a problem when it comes to build diversity, is the fact that the game rewards a lot being fast-paced. And I don't mean, like, fast-paced in terms of reactions or anything. I mean, in terms of burst generation... a lot of tactics are just not viable because the raptors will kill you before you reach full burst. So, for example, you're not gonna run Shotgun Cop on campaign push. You're not gonna run like a lot of other slower comps. You're just going to Red Hood quick burst, immediately go into burst and just kill as quickly as possible because you're just gonna get one tapped. Also, the fact that the game has a timer reduces a lot of comp diversity. Yeah, how's it going, Tech Queen? Welcome to the stream. I guess you felt called out by the tech thing. But a lot of the meta is very, very fast-paced in that regard. And stall tactics or healing comps and the like are just not rewarded by the game because we have a timer. So it's a DPS race. Stop calling out tech though, you mean Tech Queen? Oh my god, Ragnar. You never stop, do you? Oh my goodness. But... like, that's kind of like how the meta shapes out in Nikkei as a result of certain base game design decisions. Now, for boss fighting, Shotgun Squad is perfectly fine. But I just wish they expanded some more in some areas and tried to experiment with the idea of removing some timers here and there. Would have been cool if there was a Nika like a maiden that stops time. Oh, that would be such a cool mechanic, actually. Like pausing the timer as a time stop and all the raptures freeze. That would be so cool. Maybe not just stopping the timer, just making all the raptors like freeze in time and slow down. That would be so cool. And honestly, like if they ever made a Nika that could pause the timer, that would be even more amazing. Hire this guy. Yeah, I agree. Like that would be such a cool mechanic, wouldn't it? Like a time stop Nikke. Doesn't Uni pause raptors? With the binding, doesn't she just bind them? Doesn't she like just bind them, not to really stop anything? I don't use Uni, so immobilize. So it just stops them, right? But I mean, it's like kind of like a time freeze, like Zawordo, and then just click. Isn't there already one? It's called binders. Binders are a piece of shit of design, honestly. I don't like binders. Are my personal most hated rapture. Imagine forgetting that Yan actually has a tornado that AoE pulls. The problem with Yan and a lot of these things is that because there is a timer and there is a need to... Basically, Nikke is always going to be a DPS race. Nikke is always going to be a DPS race just because of the timer. And as a result, more interesting strategies that could crop up from having like Yan, gather them up or pull them together or that type of stuff are never going to get rewarded. Because you're just better off killing shit faster. But this type of mechanic would be cool to expand upon as well. But a time freeze mechanic would be so cool, honestly. Please, lore accurate Maiden when. Oh, that would be so fun. I mean, imagine if there was a Nikke that made the raptors attack each other. Like, that would be so cool too. Like, kind of like, when Maiden commands with her Kotodama. If you... What's it called? If you could have like a Nikke that compels the raptors to attack each other, that would be so sick. You want a bare ass on their body stalking? Holy shit. You're so down bad. Holy fuck. Maiden should have gotten the stun from Privity's kit. Yeah, I mean... Like, regular Maiden should definitely. I'm fine with Christmas Maiden the way she is. Because at least, she's usable. But... I just hope they expand on like some of these wackier type of things that could still have a use gameplay-wise, right? Like, it would be so cool to have... I mean, how cool would it be really if you had like shit like that could mess with the timer? Like, straight up, like, not just stop the raptors on the field in a time stop, but also stop the timer to gain you some extra time. That would be so fucking cool. The problem is, I don't know if it's even possible for them to code it, but that would be such a sick piece of design. Because those extra seconds that it would win you would also be incredibly valuable. Or yeah, like Nikkes that can like quote unquote mind control the raptors into attacking each other. That would also be so cool. Or another mechanic that I would love to see. Uni would have been perfect for a confusion kit. Yeah, exactly. That would have been so cool. Nikke in 60 FPS, Raptors plus time in 10 FPS. Let's just say that pausing the timer would lead to your Nikkes not being able to charge anymore. I mean, yeah, I know how the kit works behind the scenes, like how the game is coded behind the scenes, Yami. So I know that wouldn't work because of how they coded the game. But it would be so cool. It would be so cool. Now, another thing that I want to see personally is, how many of you have ever played Counterside? Just like a quick question to see if healing reflux has any meaning to any of you. I'm gonna actually grab a clip that I have on my YouTube channel that perfectly encapsulates healing reflux. So healing reflux is a mechanic from Counterside that happens when anti-healing goes over 100%. And there's even some characters that are built around the idea that they instantly give healing reflux. So what ends up happening here? So in this fight, oh, so yummy! Thanks a lot for the raid, much appreciated. How's your stream? Hold on. Let me. Right, could you do me a favor and shout out So Yummy? How's it going? Thanks for the raid, appreciate it. We're talking about like cool ideas that could be implemented into Nikkei. What were you up to? But yeah, welcome raiders. For those who don't know me, I am Aliane. I'm a variety Nikkei, variety gacha streamer, official Nikkei content creator, and as you can tell, Baby Niku streamer. And yeah, we're just chit-chatting a little bit today in the Nikkei category. What ideas have been stirred up for Nikkei? Ammo nerfing cube. There was like a time stop Nikkei that was being mentioned. There is like this idea that I was talking about right now, which is healing reflux. Like we've had like a bunch of ideas. Lean more into enmity Nikkeis, lean more into like more cooldown reduction, and also more into reducing the duration of full burst, like 5-second full burst. Yeah, that would be so cool too. Now that you mentioned counterside, what up? Let's see, let me... But yeah, thanks a lot for the raid, really appreciate it. Did you hear a counterside? You played that gacha too. Yeah, I was going to explain healing reflux. That's something some Nikkas truly need. Yeah, like healing reflux would be really good. Cinderella reminds you of Horizon. That's true. Kind of reminds you of like a older Horizon. Love Nikkei would definitely scale more features. So healing reflux, for those who have never heard, the undead ailment from old Final Fantasy sounds like an example of healing reflux. Yeah. So this enemy here, what it does is it heals a colossal amount of HP every second. So what healing reflux does is when you go over 100% healing reduction, anything above that gets converts healing into damage instead. So as Ruffy puts it, the undead element from old Final Fantasy that converts healing into damage instead would be a very good example of healing reflux. And I feel like Nikkei would shake up so much if they added Nikkeis that have healing reflux, because all of a sudden, things like Glass's Raptors damage themselves instead, and damage everyone in the field, like all the other Raptors would damage themselves in the field instead of healing. Like, okay, so here goes the healing reflux. That little devil that you saw will cast the healing reflux, and you see that this thing just killed itself because of the healing reflux. And I would love to see that. You have severe back pain, so you have to end stream early. Oh, I hope you get better soon. I can empathize with back pain, because I have a lot of back pain because I have a bad chair and I had a bad posture for so long. I hope you get better soon and rest well. Please go and rest. But I really appreciate it, Yummy. Really, really do appreciate it. Yeah, I'm surprised you remember that I rated you a while back. Really surprised. Thanks again for the raid. Please go rest, girl. Please go rest. And I hope your back gets better soon. Yeah, like, it's not even, like, that difficult to implement into Nikkei in the sense that turning healing into damage is just a matter of playing with the ratios. Like, okay, maybe 100% of the healing into damage might be a little bit too busted, but hope the tweet helped. What are you talking about, Argonaut? I'm actually curious. What happened on Twitter? If it really happened, that would make healer becomes hella broken. Well, if it's healing reflux applied to enemies, then it would mean that the Raptors would damage themselves when they try to heal. If it's, for example, in PvP, you would apply it to enemies, so healers would kill their team instead. New scam impersonating Twitch. Wait, what? Did you tweet it at me, Argonaut? Oh, thanks a lot for the follow. Much appreciated. Oh, thanks for the follow, Yummy. And also, thanks for the follow, GJ Wright. Thank you. Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate it. Haran would be slightly lore accurate with a healing reflux mechanic. That's true. That would be so lore accurate for that. It's in general Discord. Let me just check real quick because... So you're saying that there is a new scam going around with people impersonating. Okay, so let's just do thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. Thank you, Heavenly King Claw. Heavenly King Law. Sorry, Heavenly King Law. Is that a One Piece reference, or am I just too brain rotted from manga? Horan's flavor revolving around magic and curses. That would be so cool. So as a PSA, new Twitch email scam. It's pretty convincing. The only real tip-off is that Twitch would never be this generous and only comes from a Gmail address. Don't be fooled. Twitch. On Twitch, you're don't miss out on Journey. We recognize the dedication and hard work. Going an exclusive incentive, 36 per hour of stream. Yeah, please be careful. This is clearly a scam. 300 per stream for all verified streamers. Yeah, Twitch would never be this generous. Holy shit. I barely get like 50 a month from Twitch. Like they would never be this generous. But yeah, PSA, be careful with that. But yeah, with Karan's Curse, it would be so cool. Like, Healing Reflux is one of those mechanics that would allow you to deal with so many more things. So let's imagine those stages where you have like a lot of... Do you have any recommendations for a new chair? Hold on, let me just dismiss this. This is my medication reminder. Sorry for the loud alarm. For a chair, personally, I think gaming chairs are completely overrated. The best thing you can ever get is a good office chair. Like, good, comfortable office chairs will always be superior and cost less. Like the big ones, like, let me just show you an example of that. They're still pricey, like, don't get me wrong. But, like, I would recommend something like this over gaming chairs. My current chair is a office chair. Not exactly this one, but like these type of office chairs are really good for your back. If you're buying like gaming chairs, you're paying like probably double this price for something that is not even that comfortable. But like these type of office chairs tend to be very ergonomic. They're made for people that work on desks like for extended hours. And you're not paying for the quote-unquote gaming brand, if you know what I mean. So I would really recommend these. It helped me a lot with my back, changing to these type of chairs, personally. It really, really helped me a lot. Herman Miller steel case, that's a good one, yeah. Let me just show that real quick. Like, these type of chairs as well are really good, like the Herman Miller ones as well. But generally speaking, like, don't go for gaming chairs because they're really, really overpriced for what they are. It's the best like, if you're going to stream a lot, it's the best investment you can do for your health. A good office chair. Like Twitch doing something like this, never in your dreams would something like that happen. I mean, even Hoyo doesn't pay me that much for my sponsored streams. Even Hoyo doesn't pay me that much for when they sponsor me, so... Yeah, Twitch doing that would be even more, like, crazy. Side eye to secret lab chairs. I mean, if you like secret lab chairs, that's fine. I just find them to be overpriced for what they actually provide you in terms of comfort. I have a friend that has one of those, and to me, a good office chair for, like, almost half the price has always been really good. Office ergonomic chairs are ideal for back pain. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like... bombastic side eye base, pretty much. All racer gaming chairs are S. Yeah, like I have a real life friend that has one of those gaming chairs that look like a racing car chair, and they're really not that good. You like to use your bed and wall as a chair? That sounds like a good way to fuck your back up, though. Is a Herman Miller even considered ergonomic? Depends on the model. But generally, office chairs are, you have one, you're using one and you hate it. Really, Ada? We did get a shout out for Yummy, right? Just making sure. Yeah, we did get a shout out for Yummy. But yeah, the gaming chairs to me are just overrated for their price. The chairs to me use all the time. Oh, that's the one. Okay, I see. I never really pay attention to chairs, but might actually add doubting me. I'm insulted. Sorry, Ragnar. I just wanted to double check to be sure. But yeah, that's those are like the best chairs. I used to have like a cheap really cheap chair, and because I would stream 4 hours at a time, and early on I would even sometimes stream 8 hours at a time, my back would be an absolute wreck. Like an absolute wreck. So I upgraded to a not too pricey, honestly, like IKEA office chair that is ergonomic, and it helped me so much. If you want a true racing gaming chair, just make one yourself. Tear a car seat out of an actual car and put it in a rolling chair. That's pretty true, actually, isn't it? Just remove it from the car itself. Oh my. But yeah, like that's my best recommendation for anyone that spends like extended periods of time at the computer. You talk about the amazing idea of a Nike that needs to not shoot Rapunzel altar. Oh yeah, that is an amazing piece of design too. Oh my god, that is a good one, Yemi. Like, I like the idea of generating shields instead of healing because it opens more gateways to make enmity a reality. But Rapunzel was a weird one, like not a very good one at that. Another cool mechanic on Nikke would be to single implemented gameplay, whose amount of damage is converted into HP recovery for the team to be interesting. No, I mean based on reloading or stuff, but for each amount of damage you do to a rapture, it gets a team of full heal. We have that. So Helm and Leech healing Nikkes, as you can call them. So Helm actually has that on her burst. 47% of the damage dealt gets converted into HP, so that allows you to leech your HP back up. But it is a interesting mechanic. Now, what would be interesting is if you combine it with things like a different type of healing reflux. That would be funny. Like convert the healing that you receive as a team into damage towards raptures. That would be fun. The healing reflux idea that I was talking about earlier is more of a debuff put on enemies. That would have been an amazing thing to put in Horan's kit, like Ruffy said. Where basically, instead of healing themselves, it's like, why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? Type of thing. It's called Rem 2. No, Rem is not... Is Rem Leech healing? Was it? Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's also Rem S2. It is also true. And Folkwang. Oh yeah, Folkwang. Like, Folkwang is kind of a shame that she's a 40-second B2. If she was 20 seconds, she would have probably seen more play early in Nikke. Favorite item Milk also has lifesteal. Really? Rem is heal sharing. Shield sharing would also be a nice mechanic to add. Like more, to lean more into. Like, health sharing and HP recovery sharing, that would also be pretty cool to do more. Honestly, as of gacha wise, can take some interesting mechanics. Are outer plane another gacha you play, or they think some curious mechanics? Shield sharing is Blanc, Senti, and Poly. Oh yeah, that's true. Like, what they could lean on more as well is just like, instead of healing, make Nikkes that create shields. Instead of like that create like more and more shielding instead of healing. Like, they provide the same amount of HPS as a pure healing Nikke, but in shields instead. That would enable enmity Nikkes that don't want to actively be healed, like Guillotine. And it would work kind of like, if you have ever played World of Warcraft, a disciplined priest. That would be a really cool concept as well. Like a disciplined priest that creates more and more shielding. This priest talking, Chad, brace yourself. Fuck off, Yemi. I know you don't like this priest. Just create a Nikke that deals percent HP damage. The problem with that is that it would be way too broken for things like solo raid and boss fighting. Percent HP damage is a very dangerous thing to play around with because it scales with the enemies and it can get out of control really quickly. Must pull free train. What about instead of doing something like tank Nikke that takes damage as part of its converted into reflected damage? Damage or reflection would be a really cool mechanic. The only issue would be in scenarios like campaign push, if there is no way for her to survive the damage, because damage is so high in campaign push that Nikkes get one-shotted. If there is a way to survive that, damage reflect would be so funny. Like, imagine damage reflect on a rebuild cucumber or on a nihilist your breath or something. That would be so good. One friend who made they play Discipline Priest. You tried it and it hurts your head. Discipline Priest is one of my favorite classes in World of Warcraft. I loved it was my favorite healer in World of Warcraft. Like my favorites were Discipline Priest and Mistweaver Monk amongst the healers. Those like my favorites. Misdirection Nikas that provide multiple teammates with decoys under certain conditions would be neat. That would help so much with Needle Raptors and Raptors that pierce cover and that pierce shields. You know which ones I'm talking about. The ones that look like Eye of Saurons or the little flyer ones that pierce cover and like that would be so cool. Like providing decoys for the entire team would be so big. Unknown Crystal would suddenly become so much easier too. Mostly playing Demon Hunter as a main explains why you couldn't do this, Priest. I'm not gonna go into the Demon Hunter memes, but I can see why you say that. Oh my god. Nikes that could mimic other Nikes abilities would also be really cool. Like Nikes that would duplicate what other Nikes do as part of their kit, that would also be really cool. Like a mimic Nike type of thing. What if besides adding to once or twice nullify damage taken after it reaches an amount, the damage disappears? Kind of like a Brewmaster Monk? Like Stagger? That could actually be pretty cool. Nullifying a portion of the damage and erasing it out of existence. Like nullifying damage and erasing it from existence could be cool. Like, kind of like a Brewmaster Monk Stagger? That could be pretty cool. Or, like, instead... Oh, if they made Brewmaster Monk Stagger into a Nike, that would be pretty cool, actually. So the way Brewmaster Monk Stagger works is that you take damage, and a portion of that gets applied as a dot to you, and is like delayed damage, but you can purify it. So instead of taking 100% of a hit, you only take 30% of the hit up front, and then the remaining like 70% or something gets like applied to you over time for like over like 10 seconds or something. As a dot. That would be a pretty cool mechanic too. Goblets, needles, glitters, and more decoys, please. That would help so much. You'll mimic T on an SMG. Your other units could experience ignominious death. One-time shield that nullify every type of damage and reflect the damage taken when the shield is not on. There could be something like Noah gives full immunity. For a extended period of time. They could make a Nike that nullifies one instance of damage in its entirety and reflects that damage back to the boss. That would also be really sick, honestly. That would be like such a cool design. I would absolutely love that. Like, there's so many things that could be explored that would help, that would make so many interesting kits. We're talking about reducing the full burst duration, and that is really interesting because if you reduce the full burst duration to 5 seconds, for example, you can do really funny shenanigans with 10-second buffers where you rotate your bursts quickly enough that you have those buffs up permanently, for example, instead of expiring as soon as your full burst ends. And those Nikes that reduce by 5 seconds the full burst duration already exist, technically. They already exist, but because their kits are not very good as a whole, they're not very used. But there's like so much potential avenue there. There's like so much potential in those avenues. They could design an entire Nike to interact with team covers, buffing their defense for X amount of hits, rebuilding them on burst, making them non-pierceable, etc. Yeah, a Nike that would interact with covers would also be really sick. Like, that would be so cool, honestly. Like, yeah, like making... Like, allowing your cover to become temporarily immune would be really sick. Allowing your cover to have, like, certain interactions would be really sick. Whoops. Hey, Daisy. I misclicked on something when I was checking my Twitch. Sorry for the freaking flashbang in your ears. Nullifying and also reflecting, if you do that with a boss, it's super broken. It depends on the boss, but yeah, it would be quite broken. There's ways to balance, because you could make it so that it's like reflect like 20% of the damage or something. Like there's ways to balance that. Like there's definitely ways to balance that out. Like there's so many cool kits that they could do. Like there's so many cool avenues. I'm hoping that Shift Up eventually explores some of these avenues. Like the idea of making like B3 cooldown reduction Nikkes, or the idea of like yo, Radon, how's it going? What's the consensus of the new units meta? Wait, are there kits out? Hold on. Are the Eva kits out? Let me just check my Twitter real quick. I could do a very quick breakdown on that if they're out. Got some stuff called Sleep or so. Yeah, have a good night, Yami. Thanks a lot for dropping by. The ones currently in advanced pools? Do you mean Mast and Anchor? Yeah, they're pretty useful as supports for certain team comms. They're meta, but not to the point where you cannot... they're meta, but not to the point where you cannot afford not to skip them, if that makes sense. I would recommend, if you have the resources, to pull on both the Eva collab and these to get them. But otherwise, you can safely skip them if you don't have the resources to build them. And if you don't have the resources for Eva collab, because you can live without them. They're really, really solid and really meta, and they're stronger than bunnies, which is not a good benchmark, but they're stronger than bunnies. But they're not like so game breaking and game changing that you cannot live without them. It's not like Nagatia. They're super high investments as well. They're like super, super high investment. Like the thing about duo maids is that they're very, very high investment. Like the minimum investment on one of the two that is recommended is level 10 on the S2. Just to give you an idea of how high of an investment the minimum investment on them is. So I wouldn't recommend pooling on them if you don't have the resources, or if you cannot. Yeah, there you have it. So on Mast, the minimum investments recommended by my union is 7, 10, 7. The absolute minimum investment recommended on Mast is S2 level 10. And Anchor, the minimum recommended by my union in terms of investments is 774. And I actually agree with those investments, by the way. Like, I actually agree with those investments. So, and of course, they're both 10, 10, 10 worthy. So that's like a duo that you need to 10, 10, 10. It's not like Noir and Blanc, or it's not like Nagatia, where you don't need to invest like fully into everything. They're so high investment that it's actually crazy. Yeah, Eva is almost here, and there's also the half anniversary. So that's why I'm saying that if you don't have the resources to put the minimum investments, which means S2 level 10 for Mast and 774 for Anchor, also, like, you might as well just skip them for now, get them from the blue ticket pools, get the Eva collab Nikkes, have enough resources for half anniversary, and then over time get them and level them up. Like, you could go for that. Camelot went easier, 877 and 174. Those investments don't allow you to... Do they allow you to have infinite reload? But yeah, Camelot's investments are kind of okay, I guess. The thing is, the reason why you want like S2 level 10 on Mast and like level 7 on Anchor S something is because of the infinite ammo shenanigans that you can pull off as a result. And some other stuff. So, but it doesn't change the fact that they're very, very high investment, Nikkes. So you're kind of going to want to, like, you need to have the, those things. Reload speed is so meta in this game because every single Nikke in the game, almost every Nikke in the game benefits from reload speed. Technically, every single Nikke benefits from reload speed, but I'm saying almost because, for example, Cinderella, even if you go to 100% reload speed, she still has a quote-unquote static 1 second reload time. So it's a little bit weird in some cases. But absolutely, yeah. Like, reload speed is incredibly meta in Nikke. There's like not really like there's very fringe cases where reload speed is kind of whatever, but it's like super fringe. Super fringe. But yeah, it is midnight, so I am going to almost midnight. So I am going actually now that I think about it, remember mechanics would be hella cool if Nikke our squad always gives buffs. What if instead of getting buff damage up or whatever, you inflict a debuff on raptors like Poison Blade? They kind of already exist, but they haven't leaned too much into those yet. We have what is called sustained damage, which is a damage over time. Summer Sakura inflicts that, Viper inflicts that, and some other Nikkes do. Mana also inflicts that, but they haven't really leaned into it too much. No subatons right now. Start the 60-hour timer now. Yeah, we're... I'm gonna send you guys over to Cherry Moo, I think. It's been a hot minute since I last rated her. But yeah. Thanks a lot to everyone that dropped by. Thanks again a lot to So Yummy for the raid. Really appreciate it. And I'll be sending you guys over to Cherry Moo. She's really entertaining, really fun to watch, and she plays a lot of gacha games. So chances are she's going to be playing a gacha games that you guys play. Let me just find her, though. She's playing Star Rail at the moment. Okay. I'll be sending you guys over to Cherry then. It's been very long time since I last rated Cherry Moo. But yeah, have a good one, guys, and catch you guys on Thursday for Nikke, the pools for the EVA collab and some of the EVA collab, and Zenless Zone 0. So yeah. Most likely she plays like 50 gachas at the moment. Yeah, I know. I don't know how she can keep up with so many gachas. It's freaking crazy to me. I wouldn't be able to keep up with so many gachas. Like, absolutely, completely unable to do that. But yeah. Have a good night, guys, or a good day, or a good evening, wherever you guys are, to quote Azen. And yeah, I'll catch you guys on Thursday. You too play 50 gacha, Jesus Christ. But yeah, I'll catch you guys on Thursday.